Good afternoon and welcome to all. We'll move now to questions to the First Minister, and the first question is from Lynn Eagle.
First Minister's priorities for education in Sir Fynwy Torfaen.
Education is at the very heart of our ambition for Wales. We see education as the key to unlocking new and better opportunities and building the more confident, innovative and productive nation we know Wales can be. The Cabinet Minister for Education and Welsh Language will make a statement this afternoon outlining our priorities for education in more detail.
First Minister, today you announced £55 million of new money for childcare places. This is despite the fact that last week you told us you weren't able to provide any costings and that we needed to wait for the work of an expert group. Well, the only new money I'm aware of is the £327 million allocated in the spring statement, the vast majority of which was consequentials for special educational needs and disabilities. Now, I have to take issue with the First Minister's contention that that money is less necessary in Wales because we didn't have a statutory override. Any local authority in Wales, including both the authorities in my constituency, or any school, including the nearly third of schools that are in budget deficit, will tell you the ALN pressures are huge. First Minister, are you finally going to tell us how much additional money is going to be made available to meet the ALN pressures, or is the cost of your childcare pledge to be met at the cost of children with additional learning needs?
This government fully understands the pressures on schools, on local authorities and, more importantly, on families due to ALN. The situation is this, that a one-off quick fix payment for what's left of this financial year is not what will give us the long-term sustainability needed for ALN. What we need is to put in place the policy programme that will provide that sustainability. And it is precisely that, the long-term view of supporting both families and local authorities, that will guide this government. And we look forward to working with those families and local authorities in providing that long-term rather than quick-fix solution.
Donna Cushing.
Diolch, Llywed. We know that smartphones are impacting children's well-being and ability to concentrate in classrooms. As you've stated, it is crucial that we improve attainment in our schools, and I believe that restricting the use of smartphones in schools for those under 16 is an important piece of the puzzle. Could the First Minister outline the government's ambitions to promote students' safety, learning and well-being through restricting the use of smartphones in schools for under 16s?
I agree with a member that the evidence is clear now about the impact that smartphones, the use of mobile phones within school hours can have on both the well-being and the education of children. This is a government that is determined to act, and the Education Minister will provide detail of the proposals on how we act in a national, clear way this afternoon.
Peter Fox.
Diolch, Llywed. First Minister, underperformance and systemic inconsistency in secondary schools remains a challenge for councils and schools, with many schools in my constituency and no doubt across Wales carrying significant budget deficits. First Minister, how will your government drive the continuous improvement we need to see when so many schools have a financial millstone around their necks holding them back?
I think the very real challenges faced by local authorities was the reason we decided to prioritise local authority funding alongside health funding in preparing for the budget for 26-27 and working with the previous government. So we have done what we could at that stage to try to protect budgets. But this is also about putting the measures in place that assist teachers, assist schools to help raise those standards. The numeracy and literacy framework that we will be putting in place, I'm confident will lead to a trajectory towards higher standards within our schools.
Matthew Jones.
Thank you, First Minister. I was very pleased to welcome you and the Minister for Education and the Welsh Language to Ysgol Gwynlliw. Last week, my own school, Neve Solkel School and Steffan Lewis. Of course, the catchment for Ysgol Gwynlliw is very broad, but there is great inconsistency between the terms of getting to that school for post-16 students. I understand that pupils from Blaenau Gwent and Torfaen are qualified for free school transport, but pupils from Monmouthshire have to pay around £600 per annum just to get to school. Would the First Minister agree with me that charging £600 a year to travel to Welsh medium education is unfair? And will he also commit to put pressure on Monmouthshire Council to review these arrangements in order to ensure that every young person has fair access and free access to Welsh medium education?
It was a pleasure to be able to visit Gwynlliw School last week, and I'd like to thank the staff and particularly the pupils from primary age to secondary age for the welcome that we had. It's a school that evidently aims to exceed in everything that it does, and certainly we need to recognise always how additional costs in any way can be a barrier to educational choices, and it's important to recognise that barriers can be put in place because of costs, which affects access to Welsh medium education. That's something that the Welsh Government is taking seriously, and the Minister for Education and the Welsh language will be looking at all options to support these schools and local authorities to ensure that those barriers are eliminated one by one.
Louise Emery.
Will the First Minister make a statement on the provision of GP services in Clwyd?
GPs are the foundation of NHS care in Wales. Every month, general practices deliver around 1.5 million patient contacts, including over 150,000 across Clwyd. When access to primary care comes under pressure, the whole system feels it. That's why we've embarked on our manifesto commitments to strengthen GP services, improve out-of-hours access, expand digital and telehealth support, and deliver more care closer to home.
First Minister, Helpu Prestatyn Iach was created in 2016 as a flagship response to the collapse of GP services in North Denbighshire. 3 practices terminating their contracts in a single year because they could not recruit enough doctors. A decade on, patients still report that accessing primary care there is difficult and stressful. And now the practice is consulting on reducing its boundary, which would see patients, including some of the most vulnerable in the community with high levels of deprivation, transfer to neighbouring practices whose own capacity to absorb them is unclear. And the consultation window for patients is just 3 weeks. First Minister, what discussions have you had to ensure that no boundary changes will be approved unless there is clear evidence that receiving practices have sufficient capacity to maintain standards of access and care, and the consultation is meaningful and not just a rubber stamping exercise? Diolch.
Boundary changes issue in and of itself is something that will be looked at by the Cabinet Minister for Health and Care. That is a very specific issue. There are areas that the member referred to that I very much agree with on the lack of a GP workforce in some areas being a particular issue, and in particular where you have areas of deprivation, that being a barrier in itself to health care. Our manifesto and first 100 days commitments make clear that strengthening GP services, as I say, are central to improving access wherever that may be, regardless of what boundary changes might have been put in place. And the 100 additional GPs, which is a significant increase across Wales, I believe can make a real difference to access to care in primary care. And I remind members that this week, this government is fulfilling a pledge to convene a primary care summit, which will be an opportunity to look at these very, very issues.
Becca Martin.
Diolch, Llywydd. First Minister, access to GP services has been a long-standing concern for many constituents across Clwyd, particularly in the more socio-economically deprived coastal communities, where recruitment and retention challenges can be acute. As you say, Plaid Cymru has committed to training 100 new GPs as part of its plans to strengthen primary care services. Can the First Minister outline how this commitment will be delivered across Wales and how communities in Clwyd will benefit from the increased GP workforce that Plaid Cymru is proposing?
As I say, the summit that will be convened this week will bring together government, NHS leaders, frontline partners to focus exactly on those issues of how we improve access, strengthen sustainability and shift care closer to home. And the issue of recruiting an additional 100 salaried GPs to strengthen frontline capacity, improve out-of-hours care in particular, is going to be at the core of dealing with the issues that constituents in Clwyd face. We recognise that those pressures, as I said earlier, are often felt most sharply in some communities, which is why we'll work with practices at the deep end, if you like, to explore modernised models of care, reduce workload pressures and support more collaborative and federated ways of working.
Gelwir.
I now call on the party leaders to question the First Minister. And first, the Leader of Reform UK, Dan Thomas.
Diolch, Llywydd. It is a fact that a lack of house building and uncontrolled immigration has led to a housing shortage across the UK, and in Wales, house prices and rents have skyrocketed, making housing unaffordable. Now, Plaid Cymru have promised to deliver 20,000 new homes by 2030, and Reform welcomes the delivery of new homes. But to deliver at that scale, we are going to need radical reform of the planning system. We're going to need ministerial intervention when councils do not deliver the number of homes that their communities need. And we need government and local government to work in partnership with house builders to leverage the billions of pounds that are needed to deliver 20,000 new homes. So, First Minister, how will you speed up planning and how will you leverage the billions of pounds needed to deliver your promise?
Firstly, the housing shortages that we face in Wales are very, very real. Secondly, those housing shortages are not driven by immigration. That is an attempt. That is an attempt to create division when we should be looking at practical solutions to the practical problem that we face of shortage of housing. And yes, we have set a higher level of ambition for the number of houses we want to deliver. Social housing is a key part of that. And yes, we need to work with house builders. We also need to work with social housing providers. Plus, we will work through the body established by this government, INOS, that will look for innovative ways of realising this promise. Let's focus on the practical issues that we face day in, day out. And yes, leveraging money in innovative ways is a part of the solutions that we seek to find. But blaming one part of society for the issue doesn't help us reach the solution.
Nobody's blaming immigrants. We're blaming uncontrolled. We are blaming uncontrolled and unplanned immigration that has a ripple effect across the UK, and that ripple effect has hit house prices and rents, which is why we have a shortage in Wales. We don't need another Quango. We need ministerial leadership. And the housing sector are telling me that housing associations and house builders, they want to speak to decision makers, not middlemen. Now, HMOs are also a big problem in Wales, and it is caused in part by uncontrolled immigration. And across towns and villages across Wales, we have seen HMOs changing the character of streets that have been residential in nature for decades, if not centuries. Large companies are buying up family homes and turning them into HMOs, and people are not happy with this. So what will the government do to give communities and councils a greater say on HMOs, and they can say no to HMOs?
It's again seeking to blame, isn't it? HMOs was an issue in a part of Cardiff that I used to live in years ago. That was because of student HMOs. So the solution there is to find ways of making sure that we can house students in ways that don't impact on local populations. You know, there are parts of my own constituency where HMOs have been because of workforces in particular sectors. So the leader of the opposition says he's not blaming immigrants, whilst I'm progressing to blame immigrants for the situation. He will have to forgive me for always focusing on the practical answers that are needed to the very real problems that we face. And that is a lack of social housing, which is why this government is getting on with building more social housing.
I was pleased to learn that a supplementary budget will be coming forward next week. And I think the First Minister and I can agree that Labour have left a financial mess. But the way that government ministers have been talking about the scale of that mess, it seems to me that you are warming us up for some unpleasant announcements next week. I would like the First Minister to rule out any tax rises and any service cuts today. And this is meant to be, hopefully, a major fiscal event, the fiscal event that Wales needs to get back up off its feet and on the way to recovery. Or will it be, First Minister, a continuation of Labour's spending plans with some tinkering around the edges?
I think I've made it clear on many occasions that this government does not have any plans and will not raise taxes. Our job here is to get on with the work of delivering the programme of government that we put to the people of Wales and got a mandate to deliver in the recent election. I notice the comments from the previous First Minister that access talks would have led to open books. I also realise that the Leader of the Opposition decided not to take up the option of entering into access talks. That's how serious they were about getting into to government. But to suggest that Plaid Cymru had access to the government books, as the former Finance Minister put it, is demonstrably not true. That's not how access talks works. What I can confirm as true is that in health, the previous government left in-year pressures to the tune of hundreds of millions of pounds. On top of that, they made multi-million-pound unfunded commitments on childcare, for example, leaving a hugely challenging legacy behind. But I won't dwell on that fact. I won't use that as an excuse. It's for Labour to answer how this situation came to pass. It's for this government to roll up our sleeves and be determined to deliver on those pledges that we put in front of the people of Wales. That is exactly what we are doing. That is why today £55 million was announced by the Deputy First Minister to roll out childcare, which the people of Wales show they so desperately want.
Arweinydd Llywodraeth Cymru, Ken.
Leader of Welsh Labour, Ken Skates.
First Minister, over the weekend, you and your Finance Minister claimed that finances were more difficult than you have expected, even though, as you have confirmed, you were part of the process of setting the budget that you now have. And you'll also be aware that you received £120 million in extra capital funding on top of the £327 million for ALN, which you are refusing to pass on to schools. And instead, you're briefing that there is some sort of non-existent black hole. Now, before the election, the Institute for Fiscal Studies reported that your uncosted promises would require tax increases or cuts to unprotected services. Were they right?
This is a government that promised a multi-billion-pound, or previous government that promised a multi-billion-pound hospital building funded, but couldn't even get their sums right on how much money had been allocated for childcare. Were they able to win the election, which of course they weren't? Yes, we were part of a process around agreeing those funds for the NHS and local government, as I explained earlier. I'm not sure the former minister was a part of that process. But as I say, access talks aren't an open book exercise of the kind that the former minister implies. The in-year pressures left as a result of the actions of the previous Labour administrations are ones that we will deal with now. But what we will do is roll up our sleeves and make sure that we find innovative ways of dealing both on revenue and capital fronts the way to deliver what the people of Wales said they wanted us to do.
I think it was Ronald Reagan who said, if you've got to explain it, you've lost it. Effectively, any difficult decisions that you now face are owed to your party's inability or refusal to cost the promises that you made. You wouldn't tell us before the election what you'll cut. Will you tell us now? Will it be to tackling poverty? Will it be to education, to housing, or to health?
It's become very, very clear, Llywydd, is the mismanagement of funds under the previous government. Now, I'm not going to use that as an excuse for the work that we have to get on with now. We have put a programme in place. It is around improving education standards. My minister is getting on with the work of delivering a foundation numeracy and literacy project. It is about improving access to childcare. The £55 million announced today is about starting that work of delivering childcare. It's about creating better jobs in all parts of Wales. Work is already beginning on setting in place the plans for the delivery of a new development agency for Wales. All these actions are ones that we said we would be putting in place, and we are already doing so. All the points in our 100-day plan have been actioned already. We did more in 27 days as a government than the previous Labour administration did in 27 years.
Arweinydd the Caedwadwyr Cymru.
Leader of the Welsh Conservatives, Darren Miller.
First Minister, in just 11 days' time, communities across Wales and the whole of the United Kingdom will be marking Armed Forces Day. It's an opportunity, of course, to pay tribute to the courage and professionalism of His Majesty's Armed Forces and to recognise the thousands of people who work in the defence industry across Wales who help to keep our country safe. Those workers design, build and maintain the equipment for our armed forces and our allies around the world. And those companies also, of course, provide highly skilled jobs, apprenticeships and investment in communities across the country. So can I ask you, First Minister, at a time when war has returned to Europe and when the international security situation is becoming increasingly uncertain and fragile, do you agree with me that a strong defence industry here in Wales is essential to our economy? And will you join me in paying tribute to our armed forces and to the Welsh workers whose efforts help to provide them with the resources that they need?
One of my first visits as First Minister was to see Valley veterans and to share with them stories of their time serving in the armed forces and to pledge to them our determination to deliver on the covenants that are so important to those who have served. Yes, I do believe that the defence sector in Wales plays a very important part within the economy as a whole. Yes, I absolutely understand that the changing face of international threats means that we need to make sure that we have the conventional forces in place that are able to stand up to that. At the same time, this is a government that will make sure that the ethical engagement around defence is as strong as it possibly be. I think those are the kinds of assurances that people of Wales want.
Well, can I welcome your comments in relation to the Armed Forces Covenant? It's absolutely vital that Wales honours that covenant at every single level of government, and I want to pay tribute to those organisations that are working hard to do just that. But last week, of course, we saw 2 resignations from the UK government. 2 ministers resigned because they did not believe that the UK government was doing enough to invest in defence at a time of growing international instability. And their warnings came as countries across Europe are increasing their spending on defence, rebuilding their military capability and capacity, and investing in their domestic defence industries. Now, Wales is already home to a host of world-class defence and aerospace companies: General Dynamics, Airbus, BAE Systems, Raytheon, Babcock, Sierra Nevada Mission Systems, and others across the whole of this country, employing many thousands of individuals. And they're playing a vital role in our defence industry. But it's really important that if the increase in defence spending comes from the UK government, that Wales gets its fair share and that we're able to grow our defence industry. What action have you taken to date, and what action do you intend to take to make sure that that's the case?
I think the member is right that we would expect Wales to get a fair share. It is also equally true to say that if UK government, as it's thought, is going to be making changes to defence spending and doing that off the back of public spending that's very important to us in terms of dealing with infrastructure issues here in Wales, that we are given advance warning of that, which is not what happened in this case. When I talk about wanting to have a reset of relations between Welsh Government and UK Government and having a respect agenda, I expect that respect agenda to work both ways and therefore to have an early opportunity to engage on decisions that would impact us in Wales is something that I will always do, as the people of Wales expect me to, being a First Minister that has always pledged to stand up for the people of Wales and to be loyal always to the needs of the people of this nation.
Question 3, Sarah Cooper-Lassard.
How will the Welsh Government ensure the forthcoming review of the Senedd electoral arrangements strengthens public confidence in Welsh democracy?
It is for the Senedd to decide whether to establish the review once the Llywodraeth tables the motion required by the legislation. Given the significant changes to the Senedd and our electoral system, a review of the new system can itself strengthen public confidence in our democracy. I hope the Constitution, Justice and External Affairs Committee can take forward that work, and my government is committed to contributing to it.
First Minister, the Welsh election study found that fewer than 1 in 8 people understood the new voting system at this year's election, a system only introduced months ago. I know fewer ballots were spoiled, and we all welcome that, but a simple ballot is not the same as a system being understandable. Being able to mark a paper easily tells us nothing about whether people grasp how their vote translates into who represented them. So how can it be right to contemplate changing the system again? The single transferable vote is one of the options being considered. Before people have come to terms with it, does he not accept that changing the system again so soon would erode the very confidence in our democracy he wants to build?
I think the important thing here, and certainly what would drive me in thinking what's the best electoral system for us in Wales, yes, it's a mix of what can people understand in a short period of time, being educated about how a new system works. But it's also surely about having a system that works democratically, that people feel ownership of, that they ultimately see how the way that they voted in an election translates itself to what happens in this Parliament. I think it's important that we do learn lessons from what was a new election, and that is precisely what this review is about. We made sure, those of us who were in the last Senedd, that we had that mechanism within the legislation on expanding the Senedd and introducing a new electoral system to review it, make sure that it is as good as it can be in terms of proportionality, understanding and so on. My government remains committed to that review, which I think is important, but ultimately this is one for the Senedd as a whole.
Zainab Akbar.
I thank the member for raising this important issue. If politics is to work effectively, it must truly reflect the people it serves, and that means everyone. I am proud that Plaid Cymru ensured that at least 50% of our candidates were women, resulting in 26 of our 43 members here today being women, alongside a gender-balanced cabinet. This chamber has also been strengthened cross-party by more younger members, representatives with disabilities and those from global majority communities. However, it is disappointing that previous Senedd-wide proposals to improve representation were rejected, showing there is still far more to do. Does the First Minister agree that public confidence in Welsh democracy depends on people seeing themselves reflected in it, and that greater diversity leads to better decisions for Wales?
Yeah, I think ensuring that this Senedd is representative of the people we serve, rich in its diversity, should be something that's important to all of us. And I certainly was pleased that as a party we were able to play our part in creating this representative and diverse Senedd, with women making up 46% of this 7th Senedd, and we have diversity across other characteristics too. I absolutely agree that by being representative of the people we serve, we can be more effective as a democratically elected institution. There's a lot of evidence to support that. There's more we need to do, of course, but as a Senedd, we can establish, every single one of us here, an inclusive culture, working practices and policies, but political parties, in themselves are important gatekeepers, aren't they, in achieving that aim too.
Andrew R.T. Davis.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. First Minister, electoral reform is always important to make sure that the electorate engage fully with the opportunity to cast their opinion by the ballot box. Your manifesto touched on electoral reform in local government, which is an area that hasn't seen much electoral reform during this Senedd term. Is it your commitment that the elections that will be run next May will be run on the existing franchise and there will be no change to the electoral way that people will vote, but the electoral aspiration for local government is more longer term, and those changes you will seek to make in the back end of this Senedd term?
I think this close to next year's local elections, I don't think it would be possible to bring in a new way of electing members, though that decision will ultimately be down to local authorities themselves. Work is still ongoing in relation to automatic registration, which is something that, as a principle, I adhere to. I want as many people as possible to be able to take part in the democratic process as possible. We will judge whether timescales allow us to do that, but it's something in principle that I would want to do.
Cwestiwn 4, John Davies.
Diolch llawer. First Minister, what support is the Welsh Government providing to locally owned businesses in Gwyr Abertawe?
Locally owned businesses are important to communities in Gwyr Abertawe. My government will back them to innovate, scale and improve productivity. That means practical help through the business support on offer and stronger local supply chain support. We want Welsh businesses to grow without losing their local identity, so jobs, decisions and the wealth they create stay in their communities.
Diolch, First Minister. The economy in Swansea is really struggling. I've recently spoken to 2 businesses in Gwyr Abertawe. Both have exactly the same problem. That's an inability to access government procurement. The first was a ground care company. Just lost a contract to clear coastal paths in Gower to a company from York, which I find an unbelievable decision. And there's a Mumbles-based cleaning company with over 300 employees. It's well established, but has never, ever obtained a single government contract. Welsh bodies spend over £8 billion a year on procurement. This is almost a third of the entire public expenditure. It is absolutely vital that Welsh businesses, local businesses, have access to this expenditure. It is the foundation of our economy, and access to this is as equivalent to having sound foundations on a house. Every pound that goes through and off the M4 is lost. Will the First Minister please outline the government's plans to increase the levels for procurement to support local businesses that apply for government contracts?
The frustration voiced by the member is one that I have voiced many times as well when it comes to looking at the procurement spend in action, and the Welsh pounds leaving Wales unnecessarily all too often. I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to reiterate my determination to drive up the share of public contracts going to Welsh businesses. We will rewrite procurement rules to prioritise local supply chains, fair work and community benefit, and make it easier for Welsh firms to bid by simplifying processes, actively supporting SMEs to compete, and on top of that we will hold public bodies to account also, so more of that £8 billion spend, as was mentioned there, stays in Wales.
Stephen Rodaway.
Thank you, Clywyd. And I'd like to thank the member for raising this important question. First Minister, in reform, we know the importance of supporting local Welsh business, especially in my constituency of Gower Abertawe. Wales is a nation of small businesses, yet too few Welsh firms successfully grow into medium-sized and large businesses. While parties often speak about supporting local businesses, growth ultimately depends on creating the conditions for firms to invest, expand and take on staff. Can you therefore set out what specific measures the government will take to help Welsh businesses scale up, and explain what ambition can be reconciled with the increasing costs many firms face through taxation, regulation, bureaucracy and high energy prices? Thank you.
We clearly share a common ambition to grow the indigenous businesses that we have here in Wales. The Cabinet Minister for Enterprise often speaks of that need to grow that missing middle in Wales, and that is precisely what we will try to do. It will be one of the driving forces of the new development agency to grow those businesses. We want them to grow and succeed without losing their roots in Welsh communities too. And it's about creating a simpler, stronger business support system with a clear front door for firms. The development agency itself will not only help Welsh businesses start, but to scale. Which is so important. And in everything that we do, if we are to achieve our aims about closing the productivity gap with the UK, the role of Welsh businesses and the support given to them by government will be absolutely key in that.
Mike Hedges.
It's lovely to be discussing Swansea economy. The engineering supply chain within the Swansea Bay City region has been particularly hard hit by the reduction in steel production at Tata Steel in Port Talbot. Can the First Minister explain that given the challenges currently facing manufacturing businesses, why substantial Welsh Government grants and business support are available within the Nice Port Talbot area, while businesses in Swansea appear to have access to little or no equivalent support, albeit some of them only a couple of hundred yards over the border? I firmly believe the Welsh Government should be providing meaningful assistance to business throughout the wider region during these challenging economic conditions and not be implementing very large rent increases.
The member draws attention to the situation within his particular constituency, as I would expect him to. And whilst I'm unable to draw comparisons, because I don't have the numbers here, between what happens precisely on the border between one constituency and the next, I can say this: when I had initial conversations with my Cabinet Minister for Enterprise about the kind of remit that we would want the new development agency to have, I made it clear that I was pretty open-minded about the way it worked, because I wanted that flexibility in place as it developed its place within that landscape of the Welsh economy. One thing I did say was that I was determined that in everything it did, and in everything that we do, there is a recognition of making sure that prosperity is spread, that there is no creating pockets of prosperity where one area is able to prosper, not necessarily at the expense of another, but where it feels as if it's an unlevel playing field. That is something that's going to be at the core of our approach to promoting prosperity, making sure that everybody has a slice of that cake.
Question 5, Joe Martin.
What assessment has the government made of the potential risks to public safety of the Nation of Sanctuary scheme?
The Nation of Sanctuary approach promotes safer, more united communities by working with partners to support integration, safeguard vulnerable people, and identify and address risks appropriately.
Defenders of the Nation of Sanctuary scheme will point to the fact that the primary recipients of aid have been Ukrainian families fleeing Putin's invasion. Whilst I don't know that it's necessary to spend additional money over and above what Westminster already spends to help Ukrainian families, you won't find anyone seriously contending that they're the reason that the scheme should be scrapped. But that's because so far there have been 0 instances of Ukrainian refugees trying to behead people in the streets. The same cannot be said for Sudanese asylum seekers. Simply ask Stephen Ogilvie from Belfast, or the family of Rhiannon White, who was murdered, or any of the 226 women who were raped by Sudanese men in 2024 alone. These being the same men your ministers Mabon ap Gwynfor and Sioned Williams said Wales must welcome. So, First Minister, what will you do to make sure that when the next inevitable attack happens, it doesn't take place in Wales?
I guess we're going to have to get used to this kind of contribution, where there is an attempt here to drive wedges between communities. And I, as First Minister, and I know I speak for my government, will not rise to that from the reform benches. Yes, the Nation of Sanctuary policy did house mostly Ukrainian refugees. I understand the difficulty that the member has in addressing that issue, given the fact that the former leader of reform in Wales is currently serving a lengthy jail term for taking money from the Russians. And one of the first calls made by their finance spokesperson was to tear down the Ukraine flag flying outside our Senedd. Let's focus here on what unites us. Let's focus on the leadership that's incumbent on all of us to show in order to create cohesion between communities. And I will remind the member that today is the 10th anniversary of the murder of Jo Cox. Our thoughts are with her family today, and our focus as leaders in politics in Wales should be on finding ways of getting over divisions rather than trying to create them.
Lindsay Whittle.
Diolch Llywydd. In the run-up to the May elections, 2 schoolgirls, Ukrainian schoolgirls, were attacked physically and verbally abused in Caerphilly town. As someone who's lived in the valleys all my life, and I know our communities are built on warmth and a deep sense of social justice. I have to say that's not the town I know and love. We recognise the reality that refugees are bringing to our towns and contributing to society, and there are good and bad in all societies, I would say to you. First Minister, will you continue to ensure that we say to the Ukraine community and all communities that you are welcome here, and we will always support the Ukraine community who have fled the war, as you previously referred to?
I certainly will, and I hope I speak for all of this Senedd in saying that we have been proud to be able to support people who came here from Ukraine to flee Putin's bullets. I remember the film shown on newyddion on S4C of a girl who'd come from Ukraine and who was at the school in yw'r. And she was asked what her favourite Welsh word was. And she said with immense pride, archfarchnad. So I'm not sure which archfarchnad, which supermarket particularly impressed her, but it just showed me in that little instance, and there were other children there too, that we can provide a home for Ukrainians. And no, Wales doesn't have the power to decide who seeks asylum here. But we do have the power here to decide what attitude we show as a nation towards people who end up here and how kind we decide to be towards them.
Shav Taj.
First Minister, like many in this chamber, clearly, I share the fact that I am a proud child of immigrants myself. And I'm also really proud of the fact that my late father chose Wales over and above England, where he first arrived. He came here, he looked around him, and actually the community of Bridgend and Port Talbot made him feel welcome. Now, the nation of sanctuary ultimately is about keeping our communities safe. And when people are coming over here, and quite often people are coming here temporarily because they are seeking refuge because they are scared. Now, to conflate the issue of immigration with the nation of sanctuary, and then, of course, some of the vile stuff that we've just been hearing is actually really shocking. I think is disturbing. It's disturbing for the children who visit the Senedd, who will be sitting up in the chambers and watching our debate here. And the fact that we can actually be having this type of interchange in a place like this, I think, is pretty damning and telling of some of the voices, unfortunately, that are here. Now, given that immigration and security checks are actually governed by robust UK-wide systems, and of course the Wales Nation of Sanctuary is about integration and support, does the First Minister then agree that suggesting this link between sanctuary and risks to public safety is not supported by evidence and actually risks unnecessarily stoking up fear amongst our communities and amongst the public of Wales?
I certainly associate myself with those comments and agree with them, and make the point again that it's our job here to show leadership on the kind of debate. And that is one positive that comes out of this, that we are able to show leadership and to show that we will not be cowed by those who are intolerant and want to seek division. We can put forward a more respectful argument.
Sam Rowlands.
Diolch, Llywydd. I think it's absolutely right for members of this place to ask for assurances from its government as to the safeguarding arrangements in place for any type of people across our country, because safeguarding our communities is a fundamental role of all elected members in this place. And the First Minister be aware that one of the biggest safeguarding scandals of our time has been that of the grooming gangs we've seen across the UK, and shows what happens when authorities fail to ask difficult questions or properly investigate concerns, victims being let down, and we have a duty to make sure those mistakes never are repeated. And that's why it's disappointing that Plaid Cymru has refused to back a Wales-wide grooming gangs inquiry at a time when survivors are asking for answers. Surely we should be looking at those issues more closely, not shutting down further scrutiny. So if the Welsh Government is confident that safeguarding measures are working across Wales, why won't it support a Wales-wide inquiry to help give victims the answers they deserve and reassure the public that lessons have been learned?
That was a very creative way, Llywydd, of aligning himself with the comments rather too closely of the member from Reform. On grooming gangs, I'm quite clear that we need to understand exactly what is happening. Policing is not devolved, of course, to Wales, but this government will support any measures to make sure that we understand the threats faced by be it young people or women in Wales, or whatever guise that might be.
Ac yn olaf ar y cwestiwn hwn.
And finally, on this question, Anthony Slaughter.
On this, last night, I had the privilege of attending the Welsh Refugee Council's Nation of Sanctuary Awards. Here, I heard stories from inspiring individuals from several countries. That people who, despite having escaped great hardship, have thrown themselves into helping others in their local community. Inspiring and uplifting tales of courage and resilience. People who have even set up new community spaces to help others, showing just how much the nation of sanctuary builds community cohesion and inclusion. This is the opposite of any threat to public safety. What does ensure threats to public safety is the constant peddling of misinformation for cheap political gain. The stories and people I met last night clearly illustrated the impact of connection over division and the difference it makes to Welsh life. Would the First Minister join me in acknowledging and celebrating the invaluable contribution those that have been to welcome to Cymru under the scheme have made to our nation?
My Deputy First Minister was also very proud to be at the event last night and to have been able to give an address there. Again, I want to associate myself with the member's words, clearly showing again an understanding of the importance of showing leadership. And what that means is not encouraging people to vent anger on the streets, as other political leaders have sought to do. That is what undermines cohesion. That is what creates violence. That is what creates risks that face our communities. It's pleasing to see that within this Senedd there is still a very firm majority for the cohesive, positive view of the way that we can work together for the greater good.
Cwestiwn 6, Mike Hedges.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. How is the Welsh Government promoting the use of artificial intelligence in the health service?
We're supporting the safe and responsible adoption of artificial intelligence in the health service. In partnership with the NHS, we're exploring how such technologies can improve patient access to services, reduce administrative burden for healthcare professionals, and assist with diagnostics and treatment plans.
Thank you for that answer, First Minister. As you know, in Wales, like most of Western Europe, we have an ageing population. Over half the Welsh Government's expenditure on health and social care. We have long waiting lists for hospital treatment. We need to use technology to improve health outcomes, speed up treatment and improve treatments. We have research telling us that AI-powered devices help surgeons perform minimally invasive procedures with greater precision and accuracy, reducing the risks of errors and complications. That AI can be used for personalised patient communication, including sending patients scheduling and reminders, health tips and suggested next steps, improving patient engagement and adherence to treatment plans. AI can also be used to predict which patients are at risk of becoming frequent users of emergency services, allowing for earlier intervention and potentially reducing demand on emergency departments. Which of these is the Welsh Government going to use, or are there other ones?
We have a list there of potential technological and interventions that can genuinely help us transform the health service. We've made it one of the central parts of our plans to make healthcare sustainable for the future, because in the face of an ageing population, it's that sustainability perhaps that's the greatest challenge of all, and the role of digital and AI is hugely important in that. It is all of the above that the member mentioned. It's things like ambient voice technology, other uses of AI. I have no doubt that AI has the potential to bring about efficiencies for the clinicians and professionals in the health service. And if we can safely introduce AI technology, clinicians and practitioners' time can be spent with patients and not paperwork. And it's not just getting it done more efficiently, there's a potential to do things better too, which is something that we should all aim to do.
Nigel Williams.
Diolch, Llywydd. Can I thank the First Minister for the answer there, and can I thank Mike Hedges for the question? But I'd like actually to probe it a little bit deeper if I could. So can the First Minister inform the Senedd which AI tools are already operational, which remain in pilot, what evidence justified their approval, and more importantly, where accountability lies if an algorithm results in a poor clinical decision? Diolch.
I'm afraid I can't explain or describe which exact AI tools are in use. I'll see if we can write to the member to give a taste of the kinds of tools that are already in place. But the key thing is, we are at still the beginning of a revolution here, and one of the ways that we need to act now is to find which tools are best, and they will almost certainly be incomplete tools as now, but to find out which ones provide most promise for the future. We have technologies being developed in Wales that we want to support for the economic benefits that brings. But I'll see if I can get some details to the member.
Natasha Ashgar.
First Minister, I was pleased to see the Welsh NHS grow from using a basic app during COVID to being the first in the UK to use AI in all of its hospitals and support stroke patients. Yet whilst we have the technology here in Wales, we still need the workforce to apply it. As Professor Stuart Allen, Director of the Centre for Social Care and Artificial Intelligence Learning, said last year, and I quote, "These tools should support humans, not replace them. We must make sure no one is left out because of digital divide or lack of access," end quote. First Minister, we're currently facing extreme pressures in the NHS workforce. It's not a secret to any of us. And whilst AI in stroke services is very welcome, the latest median ambulance waiting time for the orange category, which includes stroke patients, was nearly 1.5 hours. Our nursing workforce is also crying out for protected time for continuing professional development, which I'm sure you would agree would indeed help deliver a skilled workforce. Therefore, I'd like to know here today how specifically your Welsh Government's approach will be to balancing AI with the workforce needs, differing from the previous Welsh Government that we've had here in Wales. Thank you.
The important thing to say is that AI isn't about replacing staff. It's not replacing clinical judgment, for example. It's about reducing administrative tasks so that clinicians can focus on the parts of the job that only humans can do, and, as the member says, where we have shortages, and the advantage of freeing up the time of nurses, doctors and others through the effective use of technology is that they can then really be using their time on the front line, getting to grips with those waiting times and ambulance handovers and so on. As I say, we're at the beginning of understanding where this revolution in digital in healthcare can take us, but I can assure you that it's a matter that my Cabinet Minister for Health and Care takes great interest in.
Question 7, Sarah Evans.
Diolch, Llywydd. Prif Weinidog, what action is the Welsh Government taking to promote a cross-government approach to improving outcomes for neurodivergent people?
We are committed to a whole system approach to neurodivergence, building on the Autism Code of Practice to improve consistency, reduce inequalities and deliver better outcomes across Wales. We will strengthen workforce training and awareness, promote earlier needs-led support through closer collaboration across education, health and social care, and ensure the voices and lived experience of neurodivergent people are central to shaping policy and services.
Diolch am eich ymateb, Prif Weinidog.
Thank you for that response, First Minister. One of the things that strikes me in speaking to neurodivergent people, their families and specialist providers is that very often their experience of public service is limited to one department or to one service, and they tell me time and again that significant sums have been invested over a number of years across different parts of the system, but they are all agreed that the outcomes haven't have improved as much as expected, and the services aren't integrated across different areas. With that in mind, how are ministers working together to ensure that funding and service design decisions for neurodiversity are all pulling in the same direction? Thank you.
In a way, the answer's in the question again, and the member realises the challenge and that collaboration across the government is something that I hope will become a theme that we'll return to time and again. Work is already happening within the government in terms of mapping out how that collaboration happens, whatever the issue. And in this case, improving outcomes for neurodivergent people is something that is already running across the whole government programme. That's the important thing. It's not just for one department, as the member said. We're delivering this through the improvement programme on neurodivergence, and that is aligned very clearly with our commitment to one public service in Wales and bringing health and education and social care and local government and other partners together around outcomes that are shared by all of us. Measuring the level of success is going to make that happen, but I do agree with the principle that was brought up by the member, namely that getting that collaboration right is the key thing in getting the outcomes that we need.
First Minister, as you know, I introduced an autism bill back in 2018, which I believed would deliver real and sustainable improvements for autistic people in Wales and their families. A bill which I'm pleased to say that Plaid Cymru supported at the time. Now, as we know, the bill was ultimately voted down by Welsh Labour and the Welsh Liberal Democrats. But with a new government comes new opportunities to address this important issue. So in light of this, can you confirm whether the Welsh Government will consider bringing forward legislation during this Senedd to support the autism community here in Wales and ensure access to a timely diagnosis and appropriate services?
Yeah, the member is right that I and we on these benches were supportive of that legislative response, and going down the legislative route is something that can still be discussed. There is a significant programme of legislation that we need to pursue, but let's keep on talking about where opportunities might arise. But what we can't do is wait for that legislative window and let that stop us from taking action that we're already able to take, of the kind that I mentioned in my previous answer, in making sure that government works across departments to provide the kind of support that neurodivergent people should be able to expect from government.
Cwestiwn 8, Helen Jenner.
Diolch, Llywydd. What assurances will the First Minister provide rural communities that local concerns will be given genuine weight when large-scale wind energy projects are being considered?
We will review our planning and infrastructure policies to ensure the scale, siting and cumulative impact of energy developments, including transmission and distribution infrastructure, are properly considered through the planning system. The review will allow communities to express their views and ensure that local concerns are given appropriate weight when applications for energy developments are considered.
First Minister, residents are repeatedly told that their views matter, yet when developments of national significance are involved, the final decision can rest with Welsh ministers rather than locally elected councillors. Does the First Minister accept that this creates a democratic deficit, and what assurances can he give communities that local opposition will not simply be overridden in pursuit of Welsh Government targets? Diolch yn fawr.
I think it's very important that decisions are ones that we are able to control here in Wales, and I hope the member would join me in making the call for all energy projects to be devolved from Westminster to Wales, because in Westminster there's certainly no understanding of what's important to our communities, I believe. We have in Wales the Infrastructure Wales Act, which provides an up-to-date decision-making process for large-scale wind projects. Developers are required to provide robust evidence to support and justify their proposals, including the effect on communities. And what I've said, and I will repeat time and time again, is that this government is serious about making sure that we are able to use those tools, including legislation already in place, to give communities a genuine voice. And whether it's on developers having to propose shared ownership, or the development of more nationally focused wealth funds that can help those communities, those are the principles that guide our thinking around renewables projects. We're in favour of renewables projects, but we're in favour of protecting communities in the context of their development too.
Question now, Rebecca Phillips.
Diolch, Llywydd.
Will the First Minister outline how the Government will ensure that economic development supports both rural and urban areas?
The Welsh Government will ensure that economic development supports businesses across the country with a 100 days plan looking to bring together a panel of experts to look at forming a national development agency to help unlock the potential of businesses across the whole of Wales.
Diolch, Brif Weinidog. Fel gwlad,
Thank you, First Minister. As a nation, we are regularly at the bottom of economic tables after over 26 years of Labour government. The need to improve and strengthen the Welsh economy is clear, and the Plaid Cymru economic plan and the ideas set out in the manifestos are very promising. But we must ensure that everyone in our country can benefit from these improvements and that our vision for our economy works for many sectors and communities. How will the Welsh Government ensure that our rural areas are not forgotten and that they do receive the support that they deserve?
I agree entirely. Economic activity and wealth has to be felt in all parts of the country and in communities with different characteristics. One of the ideas behind yw'r was ensuring that rural areas that are Welsh-speaking can feel that kind of economic activity that would usually be connected with urban areas, large urban areas. And we have set out a national mission clearly for a government to reduce the productivity gap with the UK government over the next 10 years, and only if all parts of Wales succeed can we deliver that. And so we are embedding geographical growth at the heart of our economic strategy, as I said in a response to a previous question. And economic prosperity and activity have to be felt in all parts of the country, and that ensures that all parts of Wales, rural and urban, can benefit from investment.
And finally, First Minister, question 10, Christiana Emsley.
What action is the Welsh Government taking to promote community cohesion and foster a shared sense of belonging across Wales?
Respect, solidarity and fair play will guide how this government builds fairer, safer and united communities. We want Wales to be a safe and inclusive nation where people and communities thrive. Our community cohesion programme is designed to promote cohesion and foster shared belonging across the whole of Wales.
Thank you. First Minister, as someone who came to the UK from Eastern Europe and later chose to make Wales my home, I find this debate deeply important. I did not embrace Wales despite its identity, traditions and national symbols. I embraced Wales because of them. I learned its history, I respect its heritage, and I proudly celebrate a Draig Goch as the flag of the nation I now call home. Most people who settle here do exactly the same. Integration is a two-way process. Newcomers should be welcomed warmly, but Wales should never be asked to apologise for being Wales. So can the First Minister give a clear answer? Does he agree that the Welsh flag and our national heritage are symbols of belonging and pride for all who live here? Or does he believe they should be diluted or removed if some claim to find them exclusionary or offensive?
I find our flag to be a symbol of immense national pride, and I don't support them being misused.
Thank you, First Minister. Questions now to the Cabinet Minister for Government Effectiveness and the Constitution. And the first question is from Niamh Salkeld. Will the Cabinet Minister provide an update on the progress being made to devolve rail funding?
Securing fairer rail funding, along with a pathway to full devolution, is a key priority for the Welsh Government. The First Minister has raised rail funding with the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, and the Deputy Minister for Transport has written to the Secretary of State for Transport on this issue and is meeting soon with the UK Rail Minister to progress those discussions.
Diolch, Cabinet Minister. Abertillery is a prime example of a community that is being held back by the UK Government's chronic underfunding of Wales's rail network. The proposed Abertillery spur would reconnect a town of around 10,000 people and serve up to 20,000 residents across the wider Ebbw Fawr Valley. improving access to jobs and education, increasing footfall for local businesses and supporting town centre regeneration. Now, this is not a speculative proposal. It was identified by the Burns Commission, included in the Wales Rail Board pipeline, and has already gone years of development work. Yet there is still no funding route to deliver it. Given the transformative impact this project could have, what representations is the Welsh Government making to the UK Government to secure Wales's fair share of rail funding and ensure that projects such as the Abertillery Spur can finally become a reality?
Thank you very much for the question.
Stark, the UK Government has promised an investment of £445 million, which sounds like a large figure. But when you compare it to the £4.5 billion owed to Wales under HS2 money, it is merely a drop in the ocean. And that £4.5 billion would allow us to invest in Abertillery. It would allow us to invest in rail and bus services across the country. It is our fair share. It is chwarae teg for Wales, and that is why I am proud that my colleague, the Deputy Minister for Transport, is pursuing this case energetically with the UK Government. It is only right, it is only fair.
Mike Hedges.
For the devolution of rail funding. Asymmetric devolution has not worked. It hasn't worked in Britain. It hasn't worked in Spain. It is important that rail funding is devolved. The main question is, how should the funding be calculated? Which of these does the Minister prefer? Relative population, the 20% addition that the Barnett formula provides, relative track length, or relative passenger numbers? Each of those will give you a different answer.
Indeed, and I thank the member for the question. There is clearly work to be done in our detailed negotiations with the UK Department of Transport. The member will know that we'll do pretty well out of relative track length because of the geography of Wales, and we've had historically received a disproportionately low share of rail enhancement funding from the UK Government. Transport for Wales set out a vision of £14 billion of rail spending. That is the kind of rail funding that Wales needs to improve our rail services and to ensure that we have a 21st century rail system. And we will pursue those. I welcome the support of the member, and we will pursue those negotiations with the UK Government energetically.
Question 2, Sarah Edwards.
Diolch. Will the Cabinet Minister confirm when the Welsh Government last conducted a fundamental review of the structure, capability and effectiveness of the Welsh Civil Service, and whether it has any plans to commission such a review?
Thank you. The Welsh Government is committed to continuous improvement, pursuing reform through its multi-year WG 2025 programme, and this has helped to strengthen organisational capability and effectiveness, alongside improving workforce capacity and estate efficiency. We continue to work to align resources to priorities. Strong internal and external scrutiny helps to ensure continuous improvement. So no standalone fundamental review is planned, although we remain open to conversations about how we strengthen the civil service in Welsh Government.
The Welsh Civil Service sits within the UK-wide Civil Service Commission framework, but that governs only whether appointments follow due process, not whether the institution is fit to deliver for Wales. The UK Government sits within that same framework and commissioned the Maud Review anyway. In 27 years of devolution, no Welsh Government has done the equivalent. What evaluation has the Minister made of committing to an independent, externally led, publicly published review of the civil services capability, or explain whether there is some alternative work underway?
Well, I thank the member for the question. And it is right to note that the Welsh Civil Service sits within the framework of the UK Civil Service, and she will also be aware that the Permanent Secretary is responsible for the day-to-day running of the civil service. I think the Maude review and the review in Scotland of the civil service suggests a number of pointers. I know colleagues at the UK level are looking at civil service reform, and it is a conversation that we, as a government, and that I, as the government minister responsible, are very open to having across this Senedd and more broadly. I think it is very interesting and very telling when we look at the figures for civil service employees over the past 5 years. There has been growth at the UK level. There has been significant growth of the civil service in Scotland, and yet in Wales we've seen a fall in the number of civil servants in Wales. I'm not yet in a position to take a view as to whether our civil service complement is the right level, but I think we should be having a serious, open and constructive conversation about what that level should be for the future. And that is one I hope that all parties, and I welcome the input of the member and others on the opposition benches into that conversation, would take part in.
Anna Nicole.
Thank you. And I welcome the question, but I am concerned that the opposition party has been constantly running down our public servants, calling for jobs and pay to be cut, and for scrapping practices that support fairness in our workplaces. This will not deliver the improvements that our communities are calling out for. What Wales needs is political leadership that believes in our public services and our public servants. Wales needs leaders with new ideas and energy who can work with and inspire our public servants to deliver better outcomes. With that in mind, please could the Minister update the Chamber on his work in Welsh Government to establish measurable outcomes and milestones?
I thank the member for her question. We are, Llywydd, committed to public services in Plaid Cymru. It is part of our DNA. We are committed to effective and efficient public services, and as part of that work we have established a strengthened Cabinet Office to oversee and regularly review progress, coordinate activity across government and ensure that barriers to delivery are identified and resolved. This supports both effective internal monitoring and external scrutiny. Our plan is to make use in full of existing high-quality data sources, ensuring that information used to track progress is robust and can be used with confidence. At the same time, we will be transparent where data gaps exist and consider how these can be addressed over time. I'm pleased to report that I've asked the Chief Statistician to work on these data issues, and I'll be updating members within the 100 days as to progress on those measures, transparently published, and dashboards that this Senedd can look at and scrutinise on a regular basis.
Siaf Taj.
Declaring an interest as the former national officer for the PCS union, which was one of the unions for the civil service. So I do know the civil service pretty well. Does the Minister agree that reform shouldn't actually be a euphemism for cuts, and that the priority must be ensuring that the civil service has the capacity and the capability, of course, to deliver for the people of Wales, which ultimately means strengthening delivery, not cutting the Welsh civil service. And what I would like to also hear is the word union and social partnership, because you can't do a review and you can't do this work without having the unions on your side and part of that process too.
I thank the member for the question. Absolutely. Our view is that we should strengthen our capacity and capability to deliver on the people's priorities here in Wales. I am totally committed to the social partnership model. I should probably declare that I was once a member of the PCS union many years ago in one of my earlier professional backgrounds. I am committed to working with the trade unions, and what we've seen, and what I've seen in my role already, is how productive and effective trade union representation can be in delivering and driving positive change across our public services.
Gelwir.
I now call on the party spokespeople to question the Cabinet Minister, and first of all, Reform UK spokesperson Adrian Mason.
Diolch yn fawr iawn i chi, Llwyd. And may I congratulate the Minister on his appointment. Minister, Plaid Cymru has long argued for more powers for Wales and greater responsibility here in Cardiff Bay. But Plaid cannot present itself as a new beginning after the Labour-Plaid era when, at key moments, it helped keep Labour in power. So after 27 years of Labour-led devolution in health, education, transport and the economy, does the Minister accept that Plaid shares some responsibility for that record? And why should Wales hand more powers to the same governing consensus that helped create the failures it now claims it can fix?
I welcome the opposition spokesperson to his role. We in Plaid Cymru are clear. We are a new government. We set out a new course focused on the people's priorities, on childcare, on child poverty, on the economy, on schools, on healthcare. I think it is clear to everyone in this chamber that the legacy of 27 years of Labour government led to their election result, and that is why there are so many of our fellow countrymen and women voted for a new leadership for Wales, and that is a Plaid Cymru leadership. And turning to the question of powers which you raise, for us, powers is about delivering the people's priorities. And therefore, if we can do a better job of delivering on justice and policing, where we have integration with health and education, then that is what we will do, because it will improve the lives of people in Wales.
Thank you. Minister, Plaid's manifesto is clear. It wants independence. But the latest polling, and it's true, that people of Wales do not. So is the government pursuing independence by instalments? More powers, more separation, more institutions, without first asking the Welsh people a direct question. Will the Minister commit today that there will be no constitutional change by the back door, no move towards independence, and no further substantive devolution without a clear public consent?
Well, let us begin with the question of independence. Our Prif Weinidog, our leader, set out clearly during the election, it was clear in our manifesto, there will be no referendum on independence during this term, and I repeat that commitment here today, and I am happy to repeat it. Let us move forward to your question about more powers. Where there are opportunities to improve the lives of people in Wales, then we will take them. There are discussions ongoing on natural resources and water and tackling the scandal of pollution in our river. Yes, we will pursue those negotiations with the UK government with vigour and to seek to improve the lives of people in Wales. We will make no apology whatsoever for that. We are on a constitutional journey in Wales. It is a journey that is best served by consensus and collaboration, and that is what we will seek to do.
Minister, I'm not sure if that was a straight answer to a straight question, because Wales deserves clarity. If the self-styled Party of Wales has a constitutional agenda, it should be honest about where that agenda leads. Reform will hold this government to account, and vague constitutional language will not be enough. So, Minister, we are told again and again that Wales needs more power. But on health, education, transport, local government and the economy, the record of devolved delivery has fallen far short of what Wales was led to expect. So before asking for yet more powers, will the Minister tell us plainly what measurable benefit each proposed new power would deliver? The business case, sir. If he cannot, please will you ask... if he cannot, people will ask the obvious question. Is this really better government or independence by instalments? A constitutional path to independence by stealth?
Thank you. I think I was very clear that there would be no referendum in this Senedd term. And turning to the matter of delivery, I have been clear, our party was clear during the election, the 27 years of failure to deliver was an indictment of the previous Labour government. The challenge is to deliver on childcare, on child poverty, on health, on education, on the economy. And by those measures shall we be known.
Llywodraeth Cymru now.
Welsh Labour spokesperson Hugh Thomas. May I welcome the Minister to his role and wish him well in the hope that there is enough air in the tyres of the ministerial bike and enough wind in his sails too. Minister, last week the Senedd voted in favour of bringing legislative proposals forward during the first year of this Senedd to establish a statutory negotiating body for school support staff.
As Cabinet Minister with responsibility for the legislative programme and the programme for government, that you are now respecting the Sened's wishes and have begun preparing legislation for a school support staff negotiating body to be contained in the legislative programme. Diolch yn fawr.
Well, diolch yn fawr.
I thank the spokesperson for his best wishes. I wish him well. He will know that I, as a constituency member, followed two of his colleagues that were very enthusiastic about environmental and sustainability issues and active travel, and I do pay tribute to them as well. If I may, Jenny Rathbone and Julie Morgan, and I wish them well in their retirement. In terms of the legislative programme, detailed work is happening at present among the legal services team to draw up that programme to consider the complexities of the significant programme that we have before us in terms of primary legislation and secondary legislation that we will need to scrutinise, and also, as the member will know, a significant programme following the King's speech in the UK in terms of legislative consent motions and so forth. So that work is progressing at present. I hope that as a government we'll be in a position to update the Senedd and to make a statement during the coming weeks on the legislative programme.
I thank the Minister for that response. There wasn't a great deal of confirmation given there, and I do hope that the teaching assistants, cleaners and cooks listening to this discussion won't feel that their interest will face an uphill struggle if I can continue with my cycling references.
You have said you would be doing your manifesto during the election. The Institute for Fiscal Studies warned that Plaid Cymru's policies would deepen the cuts faced by unprotected services, whilst Labour, my party, warned that your policies were undeliverable without severe cuts. Plaid Cymru, of course, told the electorate that you had costed policies, but that you wouldn't publish them. So, given, Minister, that you have responsibility for planning the Welsh Government's legislative programme and oversight of the programme for government, can you today unambiguously confirm on the record in the Senedd that every pledge in your manifesto will make its way into the legislative programme and the programme for government in the form that they are outlined in your manifesto? And if the answer is no, what are you already deprioritising? Thank you.
Diolch am y question.
I thank him for the question.
To the Senedd, we are hoping to we are undertaking detailed work on the legislative programme at the moment, and we will be making an announcement to the Senedd in due course on those priorities. But the Prif Weinidog, myself and my Cabinet colleagues have been clear. Our priorities set out in the manifesto around childcare, around child poverty, around the health service and reducing waiting times, around improving standards in school, around improving the economy, are our priorities. And people must understand that those are the areas that we seek to deliver on, and those are the areas in which we will be judged by the people of Wales.
Llefarydd y Caedwadwyr Cymraeg.
Welsh Conservative spokesperson Sam Rowlands.
Minister, let me too also congratulate you on your role and thank you for your early engagement also. But Cabinet Minister, what assessment have you made of how much ministerial and civil service time and resource is likely to be spent on constitutional and independence pursuant work over the Senedd term? And how do you think that may affect the government's capacity to focus on core public service delivery?
Diolch i'r llefarydd.
I thank the spokesperson.
To his role and thank him for his congratulations. For me and for us, the test of this government will be how we deliver on those bread and butter issues, if you'd like to describe them as such, on childcare, on child poverty and the issues I've outlined. I expect, and we have agreed, that the government will focus on those priorities. I have outlined, and I'll outline over the next few weeks in my oral statement, my priorities on the Constitution. I will work across the Senedd on matters of the Constitution and seek to bring consensus and collaboration to those issues. And therefore, in line with the Plaid Cymru manifesto, our focus will be on those public priorities that we have set out, and on the Constitution, it will be focused on those very specific priorities that we've set out in our manifesto, which will improve people's lives on water, on policing, on justice, on the Crown Estate, to improve people's lives in Wales.
Well, thank you for your response, Cabinet Minister, and I agree with you that people of Wales expect their government in Wales to focus on what really matters in their day-to-day lives, the economy and those important public services. But there is a very real risk, of course, that Plaid Cymru government will spend far too much energy on those constitutional debates and the push for independence. And you will know, of course, Cabinet Minister, that economic analysis has suggested that independence would cost the average working taxpayer around £11,000 a year, a huge figure that highlights the level of risk and uncertainty being attached to this debate at a time when families are already under significant pressure. And you'll also be aware that your own Finance Cabinet Minister recently stated that the outlook for government's finances is challenging, and adding that there's probably more challenge than she expected there to be, which raised further questions about whether it is the right focus of your attention to pursue this agenda of independence here in Wales. So, Cabinet Minister, explain what assessment has been made of the impact of this ongoing focus on the Constitution is having on your ability to deliver on its core responsibilities. Surely your priority right now should be to get the powers that you already have working well for the people of Wales.
I can assure the member that there is plenty of energy to go round in this Plaid Cymru government and Plaid Cymru cabinet. I'm not sure whether I was clear enough, but I shall repeat myself again. Our priority is on delivering tangible improvements to people's lives in Wales. That is what every morning I receive from my colleagues in the Cabinet Office, a spreadsheet of progress on all of those priorities that we've set out, and how we are progressing on those 100-day plans. We have set out clearly the way forward we want to go on the Constitution. We have set out clearly the way forward we want to go on the Constitution, and those are our priorities.
Question 3, Peredur Owen Griffiths.
Diolch Llywydd.
Thank you, Llywydd. What steps is the Cabinet Minister taking to establish a national commission on Wales's constitutional future?
A new National Commission is being developed as part of our 100-day plan. It will oversee progress on further devolution, engage with the public in a national conversation about Wales's constitutional future, and strengthen the evidence base for further reform. I will update the Senedd as this important work develops.
Thank you very much for that answer, and it's high time that Wales's messy constitutional settlement is sorted out. Successive Labour governments were content to see the matter kicked into the long grass, but this inertia has failed people and communities in Wales, and Plaid Cymru has asked for further power for our country, not just for the sake of it, but for the chance to make the changes that will deliver positive impacts for our people and communities. And on this issue, there must be more action and more movement in this Senedd, and I'm pleased that you have a lot of energy to do that. And there are a myriad of commissions, papers, books and opinions of learned scholars have said that the current settlement needs to be ripped up and a new and improved one should be created that reflects where Wales stands in the present day. So how will the Commission draw on the various commissions and papers that have gone before it, and what kind of new evidence will need to be gathered by the National Commission to complement the existing knowledge base, and how will the national conversation be facilitated on this issue?
Well, thank you for a range of questions there. If we could start with building on the work that's been done in the past, I was fortunate to meet with the former Archbishop Rowan Williams over recent days, and I will be meeting Laura McAllister in the coming days, because what I see the new Commission doing is building on the good work that the Independent Commission did, the Silk Commission, the Thomas Commission. There is a robust evidence base there. What I will ask the Commission to do and to discuss further is where the gaps are, where are there elements where more work is needed. And one example that's already emerged is some of the work around how the function of justice within Welsh Government could look. What's the length and breadth of that? What would its shape be in order to deliver successfully in terms of youth justice, for example? So that's the kind of work that I would hope to see done there. But I would also wish to see more work done on participative democracy that draws people in, that generates that national conversation and draws on all sorts of perspectives. We've heard a number of different perspectives on the constitutional future of Wales today, and we need to draw all of those perspectives together in a real national conversation which is led by the people. Ian McIntosh.
Diolch, Llywydd, and many congratulations and welcome to your place, Minister. Cabinet Minister, many of my constituents in Brycheiniog Tywer tell me that their priorities are reducing NHS waiting lists, improving public services, fixing our roads, supporting local businesses and addressing the rising costs of living. They rarely, if ever, raise constitutional reform. So given the significant pressures on public service finances, can you explain what evidence the Welsh Government has that establishing a National Commission on Wales's constitutional future is a priority for the people of Wales, what the expected cost of such a commission would be, and whether you will ensure that its membership fairly reflects the full range of constitutional views across Wales, including those who believe that the focus should be on improving the delivery of devolved services rather than pursuing further constitutional change.
I thank the member for his congratulations and for the question. I think we've rehearsed several times the interplay between constitutional powers and priorities of the government already in this question time. I suspect we might rehearse them a few more times before this Senedd term is out. I don't want to make an absolute commitment, which is that the National Commission that we are seeking to establish must be broad-based and must reflect the wide range of views that the people of Wales hold. And that is a commitment I am happy to make here in the Senedd. It is how we have operated as a party in the past, and it is how we seek to operate as a government. I would question the member if no elector in Brycheiniog Tywer has no concern whatsoever of the sewage in their rivers, or of the police on their street, or of the wind farm developments and energy infrastructure. These are the very issues that are illuminated by some of the constitutional issues that we are currently grappling with, and we will seek to grapple with them and seek to ensure that those decisions are made in Wales and driven by the priorities of the people of Brycheiniog Tywer and of Wales.
Question 4, Catherine Cullen.
Diolch, Llywydd, and congratulations on your new role. What discussions has the Cabinet Minister had with the Cabinet Minister for Finance about the financial implications of devolved policing?
Devolving policing has been the recommendation of a series of independent commissions dating back to the Silk Commission in 2014. Each one of those commissions considered the financial implications amongst other implications in reaching their conclusions.
Can I thank the Minister for his answer? Minister, across my constituency of Blaen y Gwent, Caerphilly, Rhymney and right across Wales, people want your Welsh Government to get on with the day job. They want to see NHS waiting lists reduced. They want better jobs and higher salaries. And they want to see a better Welsh education system. What they don't want to see is their taxes wasted on devolving more powers. Given the costs associated with preparing for and implementing further devolution, why does this Plaid Government think this should be a priority when so many of the public services that people rely upon are already under considerable pressure?
Okay, so I shall repeat again. Our priorities are the NHS, our schools, are the economy, our child poverty and childcare. Llywydd, I think it'll be a very long 4 years if we carry on like this. However, the member has highlighted one important area where we will be discussing with the UK Government when we come round to policing. There clearly are negotiations to be had around the transfer of functions and how effectively those resources are transferred from the UK level to the Welsh level, and we will be robust and energetic in those discussions with our UK counterparts. I should also note, and some members will be aware of this, there is a significant programme of policing reform being led by the UK Government at the moment, and therefore there is a significant opportunity as part of those discussions to advance the case for a more Welsh-focused solution to policing and justice in our country.
Mike Hedges.
Diolch, Llywydd. Policing is one of the anomalies in the current devolution settlement. I led a debate back in 2013, seems a long time ago now, which was succeeded in this chamber, calling for the devolution of policing. Didn't get very far, but it did get the majority support in this chamber. Policing has evolved to Northern Ireland, Scotland, London, other elected mayors, but not to Wales. Different devolution settlements for Wales, Scotland and Northern Ireland do not work, as I said earlier. Currently, Wales gets 20% extra for devolved services than England gets. Why would it be different for policing?
I thank the member for his support for devolving policing, and he has set out previously in this chamber and elsewhere the case for devolution. Policing, of course, is not only, as he reminds us, devolved to Scotland and Northern Ireland, but also to a number of the mayors in England. It is a complete anomaly that Wales sits apart from that. It is an anomaly that we hope to address as a government.
Jane Dodds.
Thank you very much, Llywydd, and congratulations on your role.
UK, I do want to talk about something that affects the people of Wales directly and affects women. The devolution of justice and policing is not an abstract debate, it has real human consequences. And in the last Senedd, the Equality and Social Justice Committee concluded that the current devolution settlement is causing direct harm to women in Wales. There's no women's prison in Wales. Welsh women serving custodial sentences are held in England far from their families and far from their communities, and far from the support services that they need. We do not want more prison places. We do not want more prison places for women here in Wales. What we want are other resources, such as what was promised us under the last Labour government, the Swansea Residential Women's Centre. It is vital and was promised to us. So what will you be doing in order to ensure that women in Wales are not being failed? What is your plan for securing these powers and a timetable? Diolch yn
fawr iawn, Jane.
Thank you very much to the member, and there are a number of issues there in terms of services for women which are currently not good enough under the current justice system. I do think that there is work to be done in terms of the justice system and devolution. There is work to be done in terms of policing, which is related to devolution. Now, in order to make progress on this, we must build an effective, productive relationship with the UK government. A meeting has already been arranged with the Minister for Policing, where the Deputy First Minister and myself will meet the Minister for Policing in the UK. Last Wednesday I was at the Home Office, at the Ministerial Anti-Terrorism Board, where we discussed issues of collaboration between devolved governments and the UK government, and what was striking, even in such grave circumstances, that there needed to be effective collaboration between justice, health and education. Question 5, Christiana Emsley.
Congratulations on your appointment. How will the Welsh Government demonstrate its commitment to public service reform to secure better outcomes for the people of Wales ahead of seeking any further powers?
Supporting public services to tangibly improve people's lives is at the forefront of this government's agenda. It is this principle that will guide us in any requests for new powers, as I've outlined already to some of your colleagues. Taking a One Welsh Public Service approach, we will reduce fragmentation, increase collaboration and invest in capability through a new National School of Government.
Thank you. Minister, devolution demands trust, and trust is earned through competent stewardship of the powers you already possess. Yet last week, during a debate on women's rights, some members walked out of the room, and the government failed to explain how it would uphold the law in practice. If you cannot reassure women that you understand and will faithfully apply the Equality Act as it stands, why should they trust you with even greater powers over their rights?
Thank you for the question. I'm not wholly sure, Llywydd, how that relates to public service reform. However, I will make this commitment quite clearly, as my colleagues have already made. The Welsh Government will follow the law and will uphold the law in everything it does.
Question 6, Alan Cox.
Diolch, Llywydd.
What steps is the Cabinet Minister taking to progress the devolution of justice as recommended by the Commission on Justice in Wales?
This government's position is clear. Justice should be fully devolved to Wales, as it is in Scotland and Northern Ireland. In the coming weeks, I'll be meeting with UK government ministers to set out our position, and to start those discussions, we will pursue the devolution of justice and policing as an immediate priority.
Thank you, Minister.
That the current justice settlement undermines Wales, leading to complexity, confusion and poorer outcomes for our communities. The Commission on Justice for Wales found that due to the Welsh Government often having to operate in reserved areas, almost 40% of the total funding is actually contributed in Wales above other tax revenue that is raised from Wales and then allocated by the UK Government to Wales. The Commission states that this position is unsustainable when the Welsh Government has so little say in justice policy and overall spending. Furthermore, they conclude that there is no rational basis for Wales to be treated differently from Scotland and Northern Ireland when it comes to justice settlements, particularly as Wales has its own long legal tradition. Devolving justice would allow the Welsh Government to align policy with its distinct and developing social health and education policy and services and the growing body of Welsh law, allowing us to adopt a whole system approach to tackling the root causes of offending. What assessment has the Government made on the positive effects of devolving justice for constituencies across Wales, such as mine?
Our assessment is the exact points that the member refers to there. Devolution will allow us to adopt a whole system approach, embedding a consistent set of values, led by evidence and trauma across all services. It would enable us to bring justice and policing, as well as the other devolved services that are vital to prevent offending and support victims and re-enable people.
Diolch, Llywydd. May I also add my congratulations to the Minister on his appointment, and may I thank the member for his question. Minister, I'm quite sure that I speak for many of the people across Wales when I say that rather than looking for further devolved powers, and I say this respectfully, that you're going to be looking for trust, as my colleague Christiane Emsley has pointed out, in support for further powers, that these people would actually like to see the problems fixed in Wales before they issue any trust for any further devolved powers. And Minister, let me ask you this. What suitable qualifications do you have within your government to effectively oversee the judicial system? After serving 20 years in Her Majesty's Prison Service and more recently providing drug and alcohol interventions in police custody, I have seen firsthand the devastating effects of crime, both to the victim and the offender. This arguably makes me suitably qualified to scrutinise your plans. Minister, in 2024, your party supported the decriminalisation of illegal drugs and proposed cleansing convictions for drug possession. If justice is devolved to Wales, would you pursue these policies? And what assurances can you give the public, the NHS, the police, and the brave men and women who enter our prisons on a daily basis that decriminalisation would not increase?
Thank you. Thank you for the thank you for the question, and I pay tribute to the members' long-standing service on our behalf, keeping everyone safe. I think there is an important discussion around probation, around prisons, around justice that we need to have. We need to have as a Senedd, we need to have as a nation as we move towards devolving justice. As I mentioned, I was recently at the Counter-Terrorism Ministerial Board, where the Welsh Government could play a positive role in working with colleagues in the Home Office right across the UK. That is what I expect our government to do. That is what I hope our government would do were we successful in devolving justice.
Question 7, David Mills.
How will the Cabinet Minister work with Cabinet colleagues to deliver the Welsh Government priorities?
The Government is united in its vision for Wales. That starts with our 100-day plan, which I'm working collaboratively and cooperatively with all my Cabinet colleagues to deliver. The programme for government will build upon this foundation with clarity of focus, improved cross-government working and meaningful outcomes for the people of Wales.
In a written answer to a colleague, the Minister described delivery as driven by a sustained focus on outcomes and high-quality use of data. But there's a real difference between measuring activity, what government has done, and measuring outcomes, what's actually changed for people. So specifically, is there a single, consistent framework that measures delivery against the programme for government on a comparable basis across all departments? Or does each assess its own progress, in which case a focus on outcomes is only as credible as the framework that captures them?
I thank the member for the question, and I have some sympathy for the points he makes. If we are to be successful, our government must deliver on outcomes, not on activities. Because if we deliver on outcomes, they will be felt and measurable to the people of Wales. And when we face the electors in 4 years' time, we will be able to point to those outcomes that are not only in a government press release, but are felt in communities right across Wales. I'm working with colleagues, as I've mentioned, our Director of Statistics and others, to develop those measurable outcomes, to develop dashboards, which will be transparently available, and I look forward to updating the Senedd in due course on progress on those matters.
And finally, question 8, Carrie Harper.
What is the Cabinet Minister's position on the devolution of policing in light of policing reforms in England?
The Government's position is clear and unequivocal. Justice, including policing, should be fully devolved to Wales, as it is in Scotland and Northern Ireland. The policing reforms in England are an excellent opportunity to progress the devolution of policing.
Diolch, Cabinet Minister. Before being elected to the Senedd, I served on the North Wales Police and Crime Panel. There still remains considerable uncertainty about the future of policing in Wales. We are in the extraordinary position of being the only UK nation without responsibility for policing. And indeed, as has been said, many metropolitan areas in England now have greater powers over policing than Wales does. Yet the services that interact most closely with policing every day, health, education, housing and social services, are already devolved. As the UK Government pursues the biggest reforms to policing in England since the 1960s, does the Cabinet Secretary agree that the case for devolving policing to Wales has never been stronger? And as a point of principle, if powers over policing are considered appropriate for Greater Manchester, the West Midlands and other English regions, then surely they are appropriate for Wales. So can the Cabinet Secretary outline what discussions he has had with the UK Government to ensure that Wales is not left behind once again and to secure the devolution of this vital service?
I can wholeheartedly agree with that. In principle and on principle, policing should be devolved to Wales. The current reforms offer an excellent opportunity. As I mentioned in a previous answer, I have already met with colleagues at the Home Office. The Dirprwy Brifnidog and I will be pursuing the conversation around further devolution with the Policing Minister in coming weeks. And ahead of that, we will be in discussions with our Police and Crime Commissioners here in Wales, with the Chief Constables, with representatives from local government and the Police Partnership Board for Wales at the end of the month. We're also arranging meetings with Lord Hogan Howe. There is a significant opportunity here to get it right. I look forward to working with members in government, but across this chamber, in delivering the devolution of policing to Wales.
Diolch, Nidog. Item 3.
Thank you, Minister. Item 3 is the business statement announcement, and I call on the Trefnydd Helfachan.
Thank you, Dilynwch. There's one change in this week's business. The title of the Cabinet Minister for Education and Welsh Languages statement has changed to Priorities for Education. This will mean that a separate statement on the Welsh language will follow next month in order to ensure full scrutiny of the Minister. Draft plenary business for the next 3 weeks is set out in the business statement and it's available to members electronically.
Powell.
Diolch. Will the Government update the Senedd with an oral or written statement on how it's working with HMRC, Trading Standards Wales, local authorities and the Welsh Police Force regarding the reported tax evasion, money laundering, labour exploitation or any other criminal activity associated with car washes, barber shops, vape retailers operating in Wales?
May I thank the member for raising this issue. I would suggest that you write to the relevant minister with your concerns. Clearly, some answers have been given in the past on these areas. You heard from the minister just now in terms of how we want to work in relation to justice. So I would encourage you to write to the minister.
Vicky Howells.
Diolch. Trefnydd, can I ask for a statement from the Cabinet Secretary for Health and Social Care on the Embrace UK State of the Nation report that was published last week, which shows that Wales has recorded the highest stillbirth rate in the UK for the third consecutive year, and between 2022 and 2024 had the highest combined rate of stillbirths and neonatal deaths across all 4 of the UK nations. Given these concerning findings, what specific actions is the Welsh Government taking to reduce stillbirths and neonatal deaths and improve outcomes for babies and families in Wales?
Can I thank the member for raising this really crucially important issue, an issue I hope unifies us as a Senedd in wanting to see action. I'm very pleased that the Business Committee this morning chose to have a members' debate on this very issue next week. There will, of course, be a full government response during that debate. Like you, I have received casework on this heartbreaking situation, and I think we all acknowledge the devastating impact of losing a baby at any stage of pregnancy. So I'm glad that we found cross-party consensus this morning to have that members' debate, and I very much look forward to seeing how we can work cross-party on such an important issue. Darren Miller.
Diolch, Dilynwch. Can I raise my concerns about the fact that an announcement to extend childcare was made to the media prior to it being made to this Senedd chamber. This is where announcements of that sort ought to be made, Trefnydd, and I think it's incumbent upon all Welsh governments to honour and respect members of this Senedd by bringing their announcements to this Senedd first in order that they can be properly scrutinised. Secondly, can I call for a statement on the support which is available for carers in Wales? Last week was Carers Week, and one of the things which many carers suffer from is complete burnout because of the support that they're giving to their loved ones. There is a need for a statutory right to respite, in my view, and the view of the Welsh Conservatives, and I would like to know what the new Welsh Government's attitude is towards that. And finally, can I request an update from the Welsh Government, the new Welsh Government Minister for Rural Resilience and Sustainability, on the action the Welsh Government is taking in order to develop and support the development and rollout of a squirrel pox vaccine in order to protect the red squirrel population in Wales, which I'm very proud to say that I continue to be the species champion for.
Can I thank the member for raising 3 points on childcare? I think every member in this chamber is fully aware of Plaid Cymru's policy position and that this announcement was in line with our policy position in terms of the rollout. On the second point, points were made last week and raised in the business statement around Carers Week. I made my views clear there in terms of our support for carers, and further information will be provided in due course. Regarding the squirrel pox vaccine, may I suggest that you write to the Cabinet Secretary for that update, and I'm proud to see that you're continuing that long tradition of being the champion for the red squirrel in this Senedd.
Liz McLean.
Thank you, Llywydd. I would like to request a statement from the Cabinet Minister for Finance regarding the allocation of regional funding to Wales. As members will know, Llynos Medi, the MP for Anglesey, drew attention to the significant gap of £86 million between the £633 million that was supposed to come to Wales through the Local Growth Fund and the £547 million that actually came to Wales. This, once again, is an example of how the UK Labour government has undermined devolution in Wales. However, it's important to remember that the Welsh Government has control over how that £547 million can be spent. The previous government decided to allocate 70% of the funding to capital expenditure and only 30% to revenue. In speaking to the third sector, one message has emerged consistently. This division does not offer long-term stability, and nor does it enable the sector to maintain and strengthen core services, which are essential for communities like Merthyr Tydfil. Therefore, I'd like to ask the Minister, will the new Welsh Government be prepared to reconsider this allocation in order to ensure that more revenue funding is available to prioritise those core services that sustain our communities?
May I thank the member for raising this important issue. I am on the record in trying to push the previous government in this area, as are many others in this chamber. First of all, I'd like to recognise the financial pressures that those sectors do face and the truly valuable work that they do. We were consistent in opposition in terms of how vulnerable this decision left these organisations and the impact that this would have on people in our communities. The Cabinet Minister for Energy, Connectivity and Enterprise is reviewing the arrangements for the Local Growth Fund that were agreed on between the previous Welsh Government and the UK Government. The first block of funding has already been allocated for 26-27. We will keep these transitional arrangements under review and monitor progress. Jason O'Connell.
Diolch. Trefnydd, may I have a statement from the Cabinet Minister for Enterprise on the decision by Marshall Land Systems to relocate its operations to Merthyr Tydfil? At a time of heightened global tensions and with instability and indecision on defence spending rising in Westminster, Wales must play its part in continuing to support Britain's defence industry and seek opportunities such as this to expand our manufacturing base across Wales. This investment is a major vote of confidence in Merthyr and South Wales, bringing skilled jobs and long-term opportunities to a deprived area. The Welsh Government must ensure that Welsh workers and businesses benefit fully and go further by positioning Pontypridd and Merthyr alongside neighbouring valleys as a hub for defence and advanced manufacturing, driving high-skilled jobs and much-needed investment. Diolch.
I thank the member for raising this issue, and I should declare with that this is within the constituency that I represent, and this is an issue that I will be engaging with the government as a local member. What I'd like the member to ask to do, because of the nature of what he has raised, of course, it is relevant to the statement of priorities that was made by the Minister, but I would recommend that the member does write to the Cabinet Minister and ensures that that response does come back to him formally.
Diolch, Deputy Llywydd. Ambulance waiting times, I'd like a statement on, please. Emergency Category 1 read ambulance response times in the Betsy Cadwallader University Health Board are now facing severe handover delays. As a result, of course, of something I raised last week, being corridor care. So many examples are coming in through my mailbox of our vulnerable elderly adults lying for hours, sometimes outside. It's just not acceptable. So could I have, I actually submitted an FOI that showed that 2,149 people were declared life extinct whilst in an ambulance in the 24 months leading up to December 25. Will the Cabinet Minister for Health or yourself clarify what actions you are actually doing to reduce the waiting times, and how are they working with the Ambulance Trust to ensure that the 45-minute target is now adhered to, rather than what can be often where the paramedic goes home, leaving a patient in an ambulance with a new member coming out, staff coming on, coming back the next morning, seeing that same patient. It's unacceptable, and we need urgency on this now.
Well,
Well, may I thank the member for raising an issue which is, of course, extremely important. And I would always encourage the member, when there are cases that she is aware of, to continue to engage directly with the Minister for Health to ensure that the department can respond and are aware. You will be aware that the Cabinet Minister for Health and Care has outlined its priorities, where there is a determination to tackle this issue, and there will be further opportunities to raise questions with him directly through questions to him as Minister.
Thank you. Once again, during the last few years, the residents of Chirk have endured unhealthy odours and serious environmental pollution coming from the direction of the Kronospan factory. Residents point out that when the chemical odours are present, they are followed shortly afterwards by a thick layer of dust that covers everything, which increases concern that it's connected with the output of a tower known as WESP32. The difficulty is a lack of timely monitoring systems. There is a need for a permanent pollution monitoring system that measures pollution in real time. It is difficult for residents and regulators to prove exactly what kind of pollution is emerging at these times. We therefore need a complete, accurate and timely monitoring system, transparency and assurance that information is available for all to see. Could I request a statement from the relevant Minister about this situation?
May I thank the member for raising this issue and making us aware of the latest position in relation to this. It is extremely important that environmental regulators do use the powers that they have, including ensuring that public health and the environment are protected. It's important that the public continues to report any problems emerging from this site to NRW. You will be aware that there is an investigation by NRW in light of certain problems on this site, and the Cabinet Minister is keeping a very close eye on that, so that that monitoring can happen and that we do ensure that the regulators use the powers available to them.
Archibald.
Diolch, Llywydd. I would be grateful if the Education Minister could bring forward a statement of the future of rural village schools in Wales, particularly where local authorities are bringing forward closure proposals despite strong community concern. In Pembrokeshire, village schools such as Manabir VC School and Ysgol Cleddau are facing closure. When a village school closes, the village does not just lose a building, it loses its heart. Families are drawn away, and often the shops, services and community spaces are closing too. These schools also provide a very particular kind of education. For some children, especially those with ALN, autism, anxiety and sensory difficulties, this is where they are best able to cope and learn. At a time when children's mental health is declining and more children are struggling and feeling unable to attend schools, we should be protecting the small, nurturing schools where some children best thrive. The Welsh Government says rural schools should be protected. I therefore ask the Education Minister that brings forward a statement setting out whether the current protection for rural village schools are strong enough and what steps the Welsh Government will take to ensure local councils cannot close them without fully providing every alternative has properly been explored. Thank you.
I thank the member for raising this issue. The Cabinet Minister for Education is here and has heard that. Evidently, she does have a priority statement this afternoon where all members have the opportunity to raise relevant issues. So you've given a forewarning, perhaps, of something that you will raise, which will help the Minister in terms of her preparation. And certainly I would encourage members to raise local issues by writing to the Cabinet Ministers.
Ashgar.
Deputy Presiding Officer. Business Minister, can I please request a statement from the Cabinet Secretary of Health and Social Care on the All Wales Cardiology and Radiology Consumable Framework for 2027? Concerns have been raised with me personally that the proposed procurement approach may give insufficient weight to whole life value, patient outcomes, clinical input, innovation and sustainability, with significant weighting instead placed upon upfront product costs. By putting more of an onus on cost instead of whole life value, this runs the risk of costing more in the long term. So for anyone who doesn't have a medical degree like me, a cheaper replacement heart valve may seem appealing, but could also come at an increased risk of major post-operative implications. Significantly higher adverse events and less evidence of durability, which would be worse for the patient and for the system in the short to medium term. Not only will this be beneficial to the public purse, but it's also better for the patient's health and well-being. Given the Welsh Government's commitment to value-based procurement and the potential long-term implications for patient care and the NHS Wales costs, can time be made for a statement on how ministers are ensuring that this framework reflects best value for the NHS in Wales? Thank you.
Well, I thank the member for raising that issue. You will have heard the comments made in relation to procurement earlier by the First Minister, but clearly this is a very specific issue that you have raised. Now, because of the nature of your request, I would kindly request that you write to the Cabinet Minister of Health and Care to ensure that you do get as full a response as required, and also because of the nature of the information that you have, in order to ensure that you do get that response. Clearly, those answers can be available to all members of the Senedd. Elfed Williams.
Thank you, Dilynwch. I would like to declare an interest of working in the advocacy service. I'd like to request a written statement for the Deputy Minister for Social Care about the Supreme Court's ruling to significantly narrow the circumstances in which it's considered that a person who lacks mental capacity is deprived of their liberty. The court's decision means that many individuals living in care homes, supported living arrangements and other care settings can now fall outside the scope of the protections under Article 5, and their voice through an advocate IMCA if they are considered to be satisfied with their care arrangements. Along with many within the care sector, I am concerned that the loss of critical, external and independent scrutiny will lead to many disabled people losing their human rights and receiving care that runs counter to their needs and wishes. I would therefore like a statement that outlines how the Welsh Government will respond to the Supreme Court's ruling and how it will ensure that safeguards and a voice through an advocate remain in place for individuals who face fundamental changes to their care provision as a result.
May I thank the member for raising an extremely important issue. The Welsh Government is fully aware of this significant decision, and the Welsh Government is considering the impact it will have on implying the Mental Capacity Act in Wales. We will continue to work with the UK Government to understand the implications of the judgment in Wales in full and to ensure consistency in messaging to local health boards and local authorities. There will be an update to the Senedd once we have given the implications of this full consideration. Thank you very much, Deputy President, and good afternoon, Minister.
Just a statement, please, on NHS dentistry. We have a desperate situation, I know, across Wales, and many people have heard from constituents around not being able to access an NHS dentist. In my own constituency, including Powys, we know that there are 4,600 adults and 270 children on the dental waiting list in Powys, with the Health Board actually saying that the numbers of children are rising. And across Wales, we know that NHS dental coverage has fallen from 53% to just 40% today. And for children in Wales, only 48% receive NHS treatment, as opposed to 90% in Scotland. So somehow they're getting it right in Scotland. I'd like to, if possible, ask for a statement to the Senedd on NHS dentistry. We didn't hear that in the Minister's statement, and I know it affects more than just me, but others as well. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
I thank the member for raising such an important issue for everyone in this chamber, and I think it is important to recognise that it is difficult to gain access, and particularly in rural areas such as Powys, that it's even harder in those places. And certainly the government is committed and made specific commitments in its manifesto to look at the contract in terms of NHS dentistry. You'll be aware that many members that are part of the government now have campaigned for opening a new dental hospital in order to tackle the gaps that exist, and then it's about how we ensure consistency across Wales. And it is a problem in urban areas as well, but there is a specific problem here, and I will certainly ask the Cabinet Minister for Health and Care to ensure that there is an update on dentistry to the Senedd.
Owen Griffith.
And finally, Peredur Owen Griffiths. Thank you, Deputy Llywydd. Trefnin, could I ask the Government for a statement on improving fire safety in Wales? I'm particularly interested in the tightening up of safety for premises that are occasionally used for events. Now, concerns have been raised with me questioning whether these kinds of sites always comply fully with the law. If they don't, of course, this could put people who attend such events at risk. I would like the government to consider introducing a regime of inspections during performance or during event in order to improve safety and to possibly avoid some of the horrendous incidents that we have seen in other countries recently. The previous government was monitoring the lessons that needed to be learned from the incident in Switzerland. So I would appreciate a statement to update the Senedd on that work. Thank you.
I thank the member for raising an issue which, of course, is of great importance. I'm sure we all remember seeing how horrific that situation was in Switzerland and how many young people were affected and families changed, with their lives changed forever. And you'll be aware that public buildings and commercial buildings are regulated by very strict fire regulations, which insist that employers and owners take every step to reducing risk, and not doing that can be considered a very serious offence. So that regulation and how it's implemented is what needs to be looked at. I will ensure that we look at what further work needs to be done, and there will be an update. And we will also, I would also encourage every member, including this member, that if you are aware of any specific issues, I would encourage you to ensure that they are reported, but also that you do make the Cabinet Minister aware of those issues.
Diolch, Trefnydd.
Thank you, Trefnydd. Item 4, Motion Understanding Order 16.1 to agree the titles and remits of committees. I call on the member of the Business Committee to move the motion formally. Heledd Vychan. formally. The proposal is to agree the motion. Does any member object? No. The motion is therefore agreed in accordance with Standing Order 12.36. We will now move to a motion under Standing Order 17.2a to allocate committee chairs to political groups. And I call on the member of the Business Committee to move the motion formally, Heledd Vychan. I move formally, Dirprwy Lywydd. The proposal is to agree the motion. Does any member object? No. The motion is therefore agreed in accordance with Standing Order 12.36. Now a motion under Standing Order 17A6 to allow the nomination of committee chairs on a job-sharing basis. And I call on the member of the Business Committee to formally move the motion, Heledd Vychan. I move formally, Dirprwy Lywydd. The proposal is to agree the motion. Does any member object? Everyone silent. The motion is therefore agreed in accordance with Standing Order 12.36. Thank you. We move now to item 5, a statement by the Cabinet Minister for Education and the Welsh Language, Priorities for Education. And I call on the Cabinet Minister for Education and the Welsh Language, Anna Brychan.
Thank you very much, Dirprwy Lywydd. And today I wish to set out this government's priorities for education. I am also responsible for the Welsh language more broadly, working with all members of the Cabinet, as the Welsh language is part of our work and a mission for all of us. Therefore, I'll be focusing on our education priorities today, including Welsh education, but I will be making a further statement, an oral statement on the Welsh language before the summer. A good education is the best start that we can give our children and young people. Education is the key to unlocking our nation's potential. And that's why this government has made education a national priority. Raising standards in our schools and ensuring the best conditions for learning and teaching. The education system is currently failing too many of our children and young people. A lack of talent is not the problem. A lack of commitment is not the problem. We have children and young people who are full of potential, and we have an able and dedicated workforce. The problem is that the whole system hasn't always worked together to support or unlock the potential of our learners. Nor do we share data and understanding of what is needed to ensure progress in every school, in every area, consistently and powerfully. We want the education system to function as one connected system to support our children from the early years right up to the point where they start working. My first priority is to raise standards for every child in every community, and I want to make sure that our education gives our children and young people strong foundations to succeed at school, at college, in work and in life. And in 4 years' time, I therefore want to see more young people leave school with the highest possible levels of literacy and numeracy, that fewer children leave school without basic skills, and that more children earn useful qualifications. There is a need to facilitate the work of schools, local authorities, and the learners themselves by stating clearly what our expectations are and giving clear national guidance to our schools. And this will form a central part of the Literacy and Numeracy Foundation Plan. This is what our partners in the educational system have asked for, and that's what parents and learners need. And through their clear focus on literacy and numeracy, that is also what Estyn prioritises. We already have data to build on, but we don't make sufficient use of it. I will outline how we will use the data in our plan in due course. I also want children to develop a love of reading, which is very important, and so we will ensure that we have a library in every primary school during this Senedd term. I have promised all schools that I will contact them again before the end of the summer to elaborate on our plan, and I will certainly do that. And that brings me to another important priority.
Succeed unless we support the workforce that makes it possible. We must work collaboratively with our educators on improving education, unlocking the incredible creativity and potential that is in our workforce. Invest in them, trust them, supporting them and offering accessible professional learning opportunities. We have begun to tackle the crisis in recruitment. Prospective secondary teachers in subjects where there is a shortage of teachers will receive up to £20,000 while in initial teacher education. This is just the beginning. Too many educators leave the profession too early. We need to improve learning conditions and keep them in the classroom, including giving clear national guidance on the challenges that they face. Schools are a microcosm of our society, and I've seen firsthand the challenges that they face around mental health issues, children with additional learning needs, technology, and the continuing side effects of COVID. Our leaders, classroom teachers, and support staff tackle these complex social issues on a daily basis. They do it with great care and little fanfare. This chamber may not yet reflect the remarkable diversity of our society, but it isn't so in our schools. There, the excitement, the possibilities, the creativity, and the challenges of society can clearly be seen. And just one example, there is growing evidence of the impact of smartphones and social media on our children. Our schools are a place to learn, and teachers are there to teach. I welcome the UK Government statement on banning social media for under-16s. This is not a devolved issue, of course, and the details around implementation will be important. Therefore, we will be looking forward to more in-depth discussions with the UK Government and following closely what is happening in this policy area in other places, such as Australia, which introduced this ban earlier. Our 100-day plan is clear. We will act with urgency, and I've heard the calls for greater clarity on the use of mobile phones in our schools. So today I am confirming that we will be limiting the use of mobile phones in our schools. So in September, we'll begin a consultation on statutory guidance in this area, listening to our teachers and parents and taking action. And I want to be particularly clear on this. As Cabinet Minister, I fully support and strongly encourage head teachers to introduce clear and robust restriction on mobile phone use during the school day, up to and including a full restriction across the school site.
It is vital that we have an inclusive educational system, and so we will ensure that the support for children with additional learning needs is clearer for families and for our whole system. We have committed to developing a sustainable model for ALN education following years of significant pressure. The Welsh language, of course, is a core part of that inclusive education system. The Welsh language belongs to us all, and I want to ensure a fair opportunity for every child in Wales to learn and enjoy the Welsh language by implementing the full potential of the Welsh Language and Education Act. So, as well as strengthening provision in bilingual and English medium schools, we want to lay the foundations to ensure that 50% of our children receive Welsh medium education by 2050, the most ambitious target by any government in terms of the growth of the Welsh language. And we will expand Welsh language provision during the early years on the one hand and in further and higher education on the other, removing barriers to Welsh medium education and ensuring a continuous and uninterrupted language education pathway.
potential of our children and young people. Our children are our future, and their ability to learn should not be impacted by the cost of living. That's why our manifesto also included a commitment to extend free school meals to pupils in secondary schools on universal credit. And I'll share more details about this soon. The education system must function as one connected national system. Learners don't experience education in silos, and governments shouldn't formulate policy in that way either. We will adopt a much more collaborative approach between schools, colleges, universities, training providers and employers, because when the system works together, outcomes improve and learners are better supported.
That is particularly important in the transition from statutory education to tertiary educational employment. With regard to the Welsh language, we know that too many young people lose contact with the language at this time, as the opportunities to keep in touch are significantly reduced. For too many young people, the system feels complex and fragmented. That means that potential is lost, that they too often become or find themselves in a situation where they're not in work, education or training. And our role is to create clearer pathways to provide better advice and guidance and better support our learners to continue to study, train and work in Welsh as well as in English, and also to learn from experience and global evidence.
Education from the Welsh economy. If we want to see a stronger Wales, a stronger economy, better paying jobs, we need a stronger skills system, and that's why we've embarked on an all-Wales skills audit to understand future skills needs and ensure that our policy decisions are aligned with the demands of the future economy and the demands of our employers. In the autumn, we will be hosting a skills summit with representation from the worlds of education, skills, training and business, our research centres, colleges and universities, to create one vision, one direction, one system that works better for learners and the economy. Our universities are central to our plans for a more prosperous Wales. Research of global importance takes place in our universities, often without being adequately recognised. A better connection and interconnectedness with the economy is needed. Yes, there are serious challenges facing our universities, but we are equally serious about working with the sector to create a more sustainable higher education system that works for Wales and for our learners. And in the coming weeks, we will announce how we will implement our commitment to review the funding for our universities to ensure that the benefit of Welsh Government's investment remains in Wales. Too much young talent is being lost. I want to encourage more people to stay in Wales, to study in Wales and build their future here, because they see that our universities, our economy and our nation have a lot to offer them.
Dear Brylywydd, this government has made education a priority because the future of Wales depends on us doing that. Our economic ambitions depend on the education system. Our public services depend on it. And without a strong education system, we won't be able to unlock the full potential of Wales. We do need to be honest. It will be difficult and challenging at times. We know that. And tough decisions will need to be made from time to time. But our vision is clear, and we ask our partners in the education sector to work with us to achieve it. So this government will focus relentlessly on raising standards, supporting the workforce, strengthening skills, and building an education system that works for all learners in Welsh, English, in our two national languages, and above all else for Wales. Thank you very much.
Diolch, Gweinidog. Helen Jenner.
Thank you, Minister. Helen Jenner. Thank you, Dir Prylywydd, and I thank the Cabinet Minister for Education and the Welsh Language for the statement this afternoon. There's much that I could agree with in that statement. Now, clearly, making sure that we recruit teachers into key subjects is vitally important in order to fill gaps. Attracting teachers into the profession is crucial, and I look forward to hearing exactly how the Welsh Government will fund this offer.
What concerns me ever so slightly about the statement was, while recruitment, there's been a lot of emphasis on recruitment, but not quite enough on the detail when it comes to retention. So what precisely is the Welsh Government going to do to retain the teaching workforce we already have? So, Cabinet Secretary, you acknowledged in your statement today that too many educators leave the profession too early and that we need to keep them in the classroom. On that point, I agree, but the question is how? What specifically is going to change for teachers working in our schools? Having been a teacher myself, I understand why many are leaving the profession. Despite successive recruitment drives, Wales continues to struggle with teacher retention. We're losing experienced teachers faster than we can replace them. And that concern is only amplified by our shared ambitions for bilingual and Welsh medium education. The challenge is not simply finding teachers, it's finding teachers with the language skills needed to deliver those ambitions. Every experienced bilingual teacher who leaves the profession is not easily replaced. So if we're already struggling to retain the workforce we have today, how can the government realistically hope to deliver the workforce it will need tomorrow? So you say that, Cabinet Secretary, you say that you want to address issues associated with workload, but I would like to know, and I think teachers would like to know, what exactly does that mean? Where are the tangible changes our current teachers can expect to see? So so far there's been very little detail about what workload reduction would actually look like in practice. So thinking of the secondary sector, for example, would there be time off timetable to mark mock exams and controlled assessments? More notably, very little mention of what has undoubtedly become one of the biggest problems facing education, and that is the deterioration of pupil behaviour in schools. Cabinet Secretary, where is the confidence and determination to get to grips with the rise of violence in schools? A recent Welsh Teaching Union survey found that 43% of teachers had been shoved or barged by pupils, 12% had been hit or punched, 9% had been kicked, and 3% reported being headbutted. And almost half, and this is particularly distressing, said that they felt blamed when raising those concerns about poor behaviour. Behaviour is now one of the biggest barriers to teaching retention, yet today's statement has remarkably little to say about it. A teacher in my constituency, for example, recently said, for the first time in my 25-year career, I don't feel safe in school. I really don't think today's statement will have instilled much confidence in our teaching workforce that the Welsh Government intends to get to grips with violent behaviour or unsustainable workloads. And if it can't get to grips with those two things, we will continue to lose our teachers. Cabinet Secretary, in your statement today, you also said the education system is currently failing too many of our children and young people. And on that point, I absolutely agree. But what I find slightly extraordinary is that Plaid Cymru now seems to be talking about the state of Welsh education as though they spent the last 26 years glued to the opposition benches. Plaid Cymru has spent years helping Labour govern Wales, shaping budgets, legislation and education policy. Indeed, Plaid members are often keen to remind us of the achievements delivered through their agreements with Labour, whether that's free school meals, childcare expansion or other policies. They're more than happy to stand up and claim the credit for those successes. But Plaid Cymru can't have it both ways. If they want to claim credit for the successes of working with Labour, they must also accept responsibility for the failures. They cannot claim credit for the successes of working with Labour. They cannot claim ownership of free school meals one minute, then pretend to be an innocent bystander when educational standards fall short the next. Because teachers, parents and pupils don't care which party gets the credit. They care about outcomes. And after more than 2 decades of Labour government supported at various times by Plaid Cymru, those outcomes simply aren't good enough. So I end by asking this. Can you reassure this Senedd that you are speaking directly to teachers and teaching unions about how exactly your government will improve teacher working conditions? Because the reality is that recruitment alone will not solve this problem. A change of culture is needed. You can recruit all the new teachers you like, but if your experienced teachers continue leaving the profession, Welsh education will simply be running to standstill. Every one of us here can remember a teacher who changed our lives. The problem is that experience takes years to build, but only a moment to lose.
If this government fails to address workload and behaviour in detail, Wales will continue to lose our best teachers. And when teachers leave, it is not the ministers who pay the price, it is our children. Diolch yn fawr.
Diolch yn fawr am y cwestiwn.
Thank you very much for those questions. I'll go through them, but I can assure the member opposite that I'm looking forward to collaborating with her and with the other education spokespeople. I know that we're arranging meetings at present because she has a valuable contribution and valuable experience to offer in this area, and I would say from my part that we're not adhering to anything for the last 27 years, but we've both been working in the education system. But I won't apologise for putting pressure on the previous government on issues such as free school meals, which are making a considerable difference to families under pressure. I do agree with her that retaining teachers is just as important as recruiting them, particularly considering the significant investment that the Welsh education system does put into the process of training teachers. I've said often that I'm of the opinion that this is the most important professional role in our society, and I'm sure that some people here will disagree, but that is my view, and that we need to retain that experience within the classroom. As part of our work, I can also assure her that we will be working with teachers and local authorities and with unions in the social partnerships that we will have to look at how we can proceed with the detailed work on reducing the workload and to tackle to every purpose the conditions that teachers are working in. And that's very important work, which does build on some of the work that was made by the previous government, but we're very aware that there is a lot more to do. So I do welcome her emphasis on that and agree with that. Regarding behaviour as well, we have committed in the manifesto to work on a framework that will assist us to tackle some of the issues that are causing problems in our schools and causing problems for the workforce. And we're enthusiastic about ensuring that we do make a real difference. So we have a plan to move forward in this area. We know that it does affect our ability to retain teachers in the classroom. And there are social challenges, broader challenges that do affect children and young people in our schools. And the responsibility for dealing with those can't always rest just with the schools. There are responsibilities on agencies, and that's vitally important. I noticed the references to flexibility. I'm keen to look at to what extent we can introduce an element of flexibility within the school term to see whether we can reduce the workload on the burden to focus on other priorities. I think you referred to exams, but I do think it's important to look at the extent to which we can offer professional learning experiences as well, if we can create a more flexible timetable. So there is a lot of work to be done, but we are taking steps to start that work, and I'm very pleased to receive any support and contribution and experience that others in this room can offer on this work. Thank you.
Diolch. Can I congratulate the Cabinet Minister on her appointment? It is, without any shadow of a doubt, the very best job in government, and I wish her well with it. If I can turn to questions on the statement, I wanted to start with literacy and numeracy, which was a priority for me too. I think that she will benefit from the over £10 million worth of investment that we provided for literacy initiatives. I wanted to ask specifically about the cael programme, which was very well received by the Ministerial Heads Advisory Group and Dysgu, to ask whether she will continue with that. I agree with her points about data, and I had been working to improve the data sharing, and I wanted to ask whether she will be continuing the work that we as a government were doing around producing clear age-related expectations so that we can make sure that our children are learning what they need to. Dysgu obviously have a crucial role to play, so I wanted to ask whether she had made any amendments to the priorities of literacy, numeracy, inclusion and well-being that were issued to Dysgu by the previous government. There's a section in the statement on workforce. It's relatively small. I would highlight the fact that there are significant concerns about the fact that this government has delayed the response to the independent Welsh pay review body report on teachers' pay, and I'm sure she's well aware that that will likely lead to teachers not being paid in September, whereas we had made a commitment to consult before the school holidays in order to protect time for our teaching staff. The debate last week gave me some concerns about the strategic education workforce plan for schools. Now, that wasn't just my plan. That plan was co-produced with the sector. There was widespread consultation and work with trade unions. So I'd like to ask her if she is still committed to that workforce plan, which is so important for recruitment and retention. There was a brief mention in the statement of ALN. You're well aware of my concerns about ALN funding. What representations have you made across the government to prioritise more funding for ALN? And I agree with you that we need better support for families who have children with ALN. There was a review of advocacy services published, submitted to the government just before the election. What are your plans in terms of better advocacy for families? It is my view that we should have a national independent advocacy service to make sure that families can navigate the system. I wanted to ask particularly about mental health. I'm very proud of our record on mental health in schools, our whole school approach, statutory framework, school counselling in schools, our CAMS in reach. I did receive a rather worrying written answer to you when I asked about the school counselling toolkit, which was commissioned by the previous government, paid for by the previous government and co-produced with the school counselling leads across Wales with the British Association of Counselling and Psychotherapy. When you answered my question about when it would go out for consultation, and it was almost ready, you said the exact timing is to be agreed, having regard to the need to coordinate the range of activity across the education department in line with our manifesto commitments. There is no reason to delay that work. It is essential to ensure that young people have consistent, high-quality access to school counselling. And if I might say, politics can never, ever come before the mental health of children and young people. If I can just briefly touch on tertiary education, I agree entirely that it's an interconnected system and that we need a more collaborative approach between the different sectors. Yet the only solution you've so far offered in terms of the huge challenges facing the tertiary sector is a review into higher education. There's no recognition in the statement of the challenges facing FE, which are substantial. So I wanted to ask you how you intend to make that interconnected sector a reality and make sure that there is parity for FE in your considerations. And just finally, you've referred to embarking on an all-Wales skills audit. In actual fact, that audit was that was undertaken or initiated and signed off by the previous Labour government. Now, I have no problem at all with you continuing the good work of that government, but I think it's important that there is transparency about that. Diolch.
Diolch yn fawr. And if I can start with agreeing with her that this is definitely the best job in government, and I think she and I can agree very happily on that. If I miss any of your points, I will come back to them and write to you if I can. I hope I wrote them all down. In terms of the literacy and numeracy foundational framework, that is work that is ongoing now. The Calon programme and the materials and resources that is developing is certainly part of what we want to offer in that space. Valuable work is being done in Bangor University, I think, led by Bangor University, in that field, and also around synthetic phonics, which we want to work with. And as we published in our manifesto, the clear age-related expectations is part of a core part of that plan. On the DysGi is the body tasked with aligning educational priorities with professional learning opportunities and offer, I suppose, for the teaching workforce. It is a very new body. It has a lot to do, I think, and I will have an early meeting with them to make sure that they are comfortable and that we are all comfortable that they are able to do all the work that has been allocated to them, and that we are equally happy with the prioritisation of that work. The pay review body, she will be aware that also that I have received the report. It is a report covering a long list of areas, and I think she will remember too that it is sensible to take time to consider the recommendations of that pay award body, and that previous governments have also found that they would need to take proper time over the summer before coming to a firm conclusion about that. I will write to her, if I may, on the school counselling programme, because I don't feel well enough informed to give you a full answer now, and the same is true of the advocacy service. On tertiary, though, we do know that further education colleges, and as I said, this should be seen as a continuous whole system. So I hope I didn't indicate to her or anybody else that it has a lesser place in that one national plan than any other element. That was certainly not my intention. We do know that FE colleges are experiencing challenges born of the fact that they have a greater number of learners than perhaps they had planned for, and the same is forecast for coming years. So I've already had a conversation with MEDR around this, and she will be aware that they allocated additional investment to support that. And I think on mental health as well, obviously mental health will be a priority for us in schools as well. We know it is a significant factor, and any factors that influence or hinder learners making the progress we want them to make, we want to see them making, we will make sure that the support is there to support them.
Yeah.
Diolch yn fawr.
Sam Rowlands.
Presiding Officer, and thank you, Cabinet Minister, for your statement and for sharing it in advance, also, and for your early engagement. I just declare an interest as an LEA Governor as well. I agree with you, Cabinet Minister. Education should be giving every young person in Wales the best possible start in life, but parents across Wales are all asking the same question. Is this system delivering the standards our children deserve? And unfortunately, the answer right now to that question is no, the system is not delivering the standards our children deserve. And the fact is we're spending more per head in Wales than in England, yet outcomes continue to lag behind. So I wonder, for my first question, Cabinet Minister, if you have a view as to the biggest reason why there continues to be a gap, despite that sustained investment over time. Because it's not enough to point to increased spending. We have to be honest about whether that money is translated into better outcomes for learners. And you've rightly pointed to the desired focus on standards. The reality is we continue to see Wales at or near the bottom of UK education rankings and consistently doing poorly on international PISA rankings, with too many young people still leaving school without secure literacy and numeracy skills. That's a long-standing issue and one that requires urgent attention and clear accountability. And in particular on those PISA rankings, I wonder if you have a target in mind as to where you want Wales to be at the end of this Senedd term to show progress in relation to those all-important standards, and also a position which you want to be held accountable for in terms of those PISA rankings also. Attendance remains below that pre-pandemic levels. I agree with you, it has to be a focus on attendance, falling from 94% to around 91% currently. For some of the most vulnerable learners, particularly those eligible for free school meals, persistent absence remains far too high. So I wonder what further action will be taken to engage with parents to drive up attendance and ensure consistency across all schools, particularly for those disadvantaged pupils. We're also, as we've heard, seeing pressures on the system itself. We know that teacher numbers and support staff numbers have fallen in recent years, while demands on schools have increased. And Cabinet Minister, you mentioned the new teacher initiative of £20,000 to encourage new teachers into the system. But you'll also know in England, new teachers are offered £30,000 to start teaching. So I wonder how you think you'll address that gap of £30,000 to start teaching in England, but £20,000 to start teaching here in Wales. On mobile phones in schools, this has been an issue raised consistently by teachers and head teachers and by the Welsh Conservatives in this chamber as well. And new survey findings published today by the Welsh Conservatives also reinforce this concern, showing mobile phone restrictions are widely seen as having positive impacts on reducing distraction, improving behaviour, tackling bullying and supporting learner well-being. And I welcome your statements, your commitment to consulting on statutory guidance to limit mobile phone use in schools. But can you confirm today whether the Welsh Government intends to take a more consistent national approach to mobile phone use in schools, or whether it will continue to leave these decisions entirely to individual schools without that national framework in place? And you acknowledged, Cabinet Minister, the importance of higher education to the Welsh economy, and indeed Lynn Neagle also picked up on this point because it of course helps create jobs and growth. However, we know that fewer students are going to university here in Wales than in England, which is putting pressure on universities and how they are funded. I believe if we connect universities, apprenticeships and the needs of the economy more closely, we can keep higher education strong, make it more accessible and ensure it's financially sustainable in the long term. But I'd be keen to hear your views on the future of the sector. I appreciate you've answered that in part to Lynn Neagle a moment ago, but I would be keen to hear that in a little more detail, to give that assurance to our higher education providers. Deputy Presiding Officer, this is a system that the new Welsh Government has inherited, a system with clear and persistent challenges. So the question that needs answering now is not linked to blame, but about direction and outcomes. Because ultimately, people will judge this Welsh Government not on plans or statements, but on whether things actually improve in the classroom. And in my role in this place, that's what I will continue to do, to scrutinise your decisions. Diolch yn fawr.
Diolch yn fawr. Diolch yn fawr am y cwestiwn.
Thank you very much for those questions, and I welcome his commitment to scrutinise the process that we make over the period of this Senedd. That's exactly the kind of debate we want in an area as important as this, and people's expertise across the chamber. And the concise questions that will be asked over the next years will be important in holding ourselves to account, just as my colleague here, I can't remember his title, had demonstrated to us, because it's those outputs that will be important in ensuring that we can say to the people of Wales that we have succeeded in our priority areas and that we can share that information with people to demonstrate that progress, and we will share those details here too. There is a gap. Education isn't where we would like it to be. I think there is agreement on that among the workforce and broader society, and that is why we are focused on these fundamentals and are deliberately setting targets whereby we can hold ourselves to account, and that there should be a clarity of expectation in terms of the discussions that we have with local authorities and schools. In the absence of that, it's sometimes difficult for people to see what progress is being made. So I also commit to that. In terms of PISA and the PISA results will be published again in September. I will very deliberately take the most meaningful information from that. It's about more than just numbers. There's a lot of data that we can use there, and we can use that meaningfully in order to inform our numeracy and literacy plans. But in addition to that, I'm very eager that we should have an understanding of the performance of our education system during the next months and years, and that we're not always reliant on looking back, which is what PISA allows us to do, of course, that we should have a detailed understanding of how the system is performing now. I also accept his point on teacher recruitment. And when we made the announcement last week increasing the support to 20,000 for those actually training in those areas where we have a shortage of teachers, we have committed to that for the period of the Senedd, and to do so to the same level as is available in England. In terms of mobile phones and the request for national directives and guidance, there is no national directive or guidance at the moment, and that's the exact intention in terms of moving to statutory guidance from September onwards. So I do hope that that gives him some comfort in that area too. I think his final point was on universities and apprenticeships and bringing our consideration of the tertiary sector together so that one can support the other. Now, in that regard, I do think that that aligns fully with the comments I made on the need for having a single national system, and that support for that idea is to be welcomed, also in the way that it can contribute to the sustainability of the sector in the long term. But also, we are currently prioritising that commitment to review funding for HEAR and are moving to put that process in place over the next few weeks.
Alan Cox.
May I also thank the Cabinet Minister for today's statement.
Already indicated, Wales has the lowest PISA scores in the UK and is significantly below the OECD average. This is not good enough, and so I welcome the Cabinet Minister's commitment to improving this for the good of our young people and our country. I am a governor in two excellent schools, Ysgol Gynradd Gymraeg Llyncelyn and Ysgol Gyfun Cwm Rhondda, for which I declare the relevant interest. In those schools, standards and attainment are consistently high, but to improve standards across Wales, it is vital that we support the recruitment and retention of teachers. Plaid Cymru's increase of the priority subject teacher incentive will be invaluable in supporting our education system. To build on this and further improve our schools, will the Cabinet Minister outline steps that are being taken to develop a new foundational literacy and numeracy plan?
Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you very much, Alan Cox, and thank you to the staff at Ysgol Llwyn Celyn and Cwmronna too for the valuable work that they do. We are currently working on the numeracy and literacy plan. I have already committed that the focus will be on support and targets. That's the kind of plan that we are putting together. I have already committed to sharing more detail on our direction of travel with schools by the end of the summer term so that they have an idea of what they will be dealing with in the new academic year. I think that's important in and of itself, and I will share more definite details with you in the autumn. And another point that I would wish to make is on the fact that many of our schools are working effectively and providing standards that we should aspire to across the board. So there is an element here of drawing on that expertise and feeding it more effectively into the system in order to ensure that we do learn from those schools who are already very successful. I visited one last week, for example, and there was no different at all in the standards that were attained by pupils who did qualify for free school meals and those that didn't. And that is something that has been a target that's been very difficult to achieve for many years. So if some schools can deliver that, then there's a great deal more expertise to draw on than perhaps we sometimes think.
Thank you for your statement, Minister. A constituent has raised with me a concern that was not covered in your priority statement today. So an issue a constituent has asked me to raise in plenary with you, Minister, is the support available for children with additional learning needs during school holidays. For many families, the challenges do not stop when term ends. Yet access to suitable activities, respite support, and other appropriate provision can be inconsistent across local authorities. Can the Minister therefore explain what consideration the Welsh Government is giving to improving and standardising support for ALM pupils and their families outside term time, please?
Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you.
That question. It's obviously a very important consideration, the way that we support children and young people with additional learning needs is a focus for the entire education system, both in term time and also in school holidays. In terms of the detail for his constituent, I know I have received a few letters from you already, but I would like the opportunity to lay out perhaps in more detail what it looks like in that holiday space where your constituent lives, so I can be as helpful as possible. Diolch.
Hugh Thomas.
Thank you. May I wish the Minister well and say that it's good to see in her and myself two former pupils from Ysgol Gymraeg Aberystwyth in the Senedd. That school, of course, was the first Welsh medium primary school to be established, and it's a cause of pride for me during my time as leader of Cardiff Council was to deliver significant growth in Welsh medium education in the capital city. Now, the city is considering how a fourth Welsh medium secondary school can be opened, and earlier this year I received a positive response from the Minister for Finance at the time, Mark Drakeford, to my request asking the Welsh Government to provide the land that it owns on Callahan Square to Cardiff Council as a possible site for this new school. Can I have confirmation today from you that that proposal still stands under this new government? And can I ask you further in more general terms, with councils such as Cardiff looking to increase the geographical range of Welsh medium schools at a period where the birth rate is falling, will you provide further funding to councils to maintain that surplus of places that will exist in current schools as new schools are established?
Diolch yn fawr.
I thank you for drawing attention to Aberystwyth Primary School, an institution that had a huge impact on my education. And for you as well, I'm sure. I'm aware that I need to be very careful in terms of making statements on issues relating to allocating school places, just in case those are issues that that ministers have to comment on in due course. So rather than committing a breach in my first ever oral statement, could I please ask him for patience so that I can check to what extent I can go into detail on the question that he raised around a fourth Welsh medium school in Cardiff.
Salcald.
Diolch, Deputy Llywydd.
Thank you, Deputy Llywydd. It's nice to see so many more children throughout South East Wales now having the opportunity to receive their education through the minimum Welsh. Unfortunately, my parents did not have the same opportunity, but they worked hard to ensure that I, my brother and my sister could learn and use Welsh, as I'm doing today, and that was a right that was not available to them. Although Blaenau Gwent has one of the lowest percentages of Welsh speakers in Wales, I see every day the efforts being made to change that. Excellent work is taking place through the Menter Iaith, Cymdeithas Cymraeg Blaenau Gwent, the conversational sessions held in Pentre Teleri, and of course our first ever Welsh Festival, and of course the establishment of a new Welsh school in Tredigga. So, Cabinet Minister, what is your vision for strengthening the Welsh language in our valleys, especially in areas like Blaenau Gwent, where there are challenges but also so much ambition and enthusiasm for the language?
Thank you very much, Niamh, for that question. And whilst we're sharing our personal stories, it's particularly encouraging for me as the daughter of a mother from Blaenau Gwent who learned Welsh as an adult to see these opportunities that she didn't have being made available on her own patch now. So I appreciate the opportunity to draw attention to the great work that's happening in Blaenau Gwent and in the valleys more broadly too. As I mentioned in my statement, the Welsh language belongs to all parts of Wales, and strengthening it as a living language and a language of education is very important and is a priority that we share responsibility for across government. So in this area, we will be working with local authorities to deliver the recommendations of the Welsh-speaking Communities Commission, which is extremely important in areas like Blaenau Gwent, where there are clear challenges, but also, as we heard earlier, a great commitment and real ambition and energy to increase use of the Welsh language. So we will be responding to the Commission's second report, and this is pertinent in this context, by the end of 2026, that's this year, setting out a clear plan for acting across areas that have medium and lower densities of Welsh speakers at the moment. Thank you.
Diolch, Gwynedd.
Thank you, Minister. The final item on the agenda today is a statement by the Trefnydd Chief Whip and Cabinet Minister for Culture and Sport on priorities for culture and sport. And I call on the Trefnydd Chief Whip and Cabinet Minister for Culture and Sport, Heledd Vychan. Thank you very much, Deputy Llywydd. It is a privilege to have the opportunity today to set out this new government's priorities for culture, the arts, the creative industries, broadcasting and sport. This is the beginning of rectifying the lack of strategy, vision and support for them that has been such a prominent feature over the last 15 years, and I'm pleased to share today that this work is now underway. This government does see our culture and sport as areas of importance and not something optional or nice to have. And we're determined that we want to work across portfolios to realise their potential for the benefit of the people, communities and economy of Wales. Our starting point is challenging. The last few years and the significant cuts that have been made to these budgets have created a precarious situation. Hundreds of jobs have been lost and venues have had to close. And rather than being available for the people of Wales to enjoy, too many of our national collections are housed in storehouses and buildings that require significant capital investment due to the cuts that have been made. When it comes to sport, our infrastructure is fragile. Little progress has been made in realising the potential of the arts and sport in terms of the preventative agenda, and ensuring equal access for all in terms of participation requires significant work. And yet, despite all of this, there is groundbreaking and internationally important work taking place here in Wales. As an example of Wales leading on the world stage, I was thrilled to take part on Sunday evening in the inaugural Annon Prize at the Wales Millennium Centre. I was inspired by the quality of immersive storytelling by artists from across the world, and a great congratulations to the winners, coloured noir with an interpretation of the life of Claudette Colvin. The work that is taking place in these sectors certainly transforms lives, and it offers us an insight into the benefits that could be gained from a new focus. And that's the work that I and this government are doing, to develop Wales as a cultural and sporting powerhouse where these sectors thrive and benefit everyone. No longer on the margins, but at the heart of our vision for creating a confident, inclusive and progressive Wales, and bringing recovery in terms of people's health but also our economy. In our first 100 days, we lay the foundations for doing the necessary legwork to make this a reality in the short, medium and long term. And I will outline today how we are going to take this work forward. Work has already begun on launching a consultation on a new, ambitious strategy for culture and sport in Wales, and this will take place within the first 100 days. I have been engaging directly with stakeholders to ensure that their voices inform our decisions from the outset. And we are working across government to embed culture and sport into wider policy areas. We will also rectify the weakness of the last government's priorities for culture by ensuring that the creative industries are incorporated into this new strategy. This is about designing a system at the heart of government in which culture and sport play a key role in preventing and treating illness, stimulate economic growth and contribute to a prosperous future for all communities. And our vision and decisions will be underpinned by robust data and evidence to target aid where the impact is greatest. Developing a clear understanding of the current state of culture and sport is an important step, because we're inheriting a situation where there is insufficient data at the moment or a clear understanding of the needs of those sectors. I have therefore begun the work of commissioning an audit of community and regional sports facilities to inform targeted capital investment over the term of government and beyond. I have started this work alongside our delivery partners at Sport Wales, and our investments as a government will be more strategic, following where the evidence and data take us. I was pleased to announce the Arts Council's £8 million capital fund to support arts organisations with their infrastructure needs this year. This has been supported by significant audit work to establish needs and priorities, and the work of understanding what the real investment need is will continue. We will also be actively understanding what other investments and organisations Wales needs if we are to realise this vision. And as part of this work will continue in relation to our ambition of having a national gallery of contemporary art for Wales. Llywydd, I've already begun vital cross-governmental discussions about how culture and sport together can benefit well-being and how they can contribute to our preventative agenda. One example is our commitment to school swimming and making sure that every child leaves primary school with the ability to swim, which is an important skill that can save lives. I will publish an action plan within our first 100 days. And this government recognises the preventative health and well-being benefits of arts, culture and sport. there is growing evidence that these sectors can support preventative approaches and improve outcomes. In our first 100 days, we are commissioning a review of opportunities for investment in culture, arts and sport to inform the objective of seeing increasing spending in these areas. And just last week, I had a powerful discussion with the Arts Council about how we can do more in delivering interventions that can have an impact on the calls on the health service. And it is not only national organisations that play a role. Our network of local museums, libraries and archives also play a vital role in supporting health and well-being, local economies and communities across Wales. They are also doing groundbreaking work. For too long, culture, the arts and sport have been pitted against the NHS rather than being recognised as completely connected to it. These sectors are not a nice to have. They are part of the solution to creating a healthier, more prosperous society. Our manifesto commits to making culture and sport accessible to all. That includes addressing inequalities in access, whether due to cost, geography, disability or other barriers. And this commitment includes ensuring maintaining free access for all to our national museums. I have already had positive discussions on this with Senedd Cymru, and further work needs to be done to realise everyone's right to participate in culture and sport. For a country that is relatively small, the talent and aspiration that we have here in Wales to compete on major international stages is huge. And major events that are held here have to be an important economic, cultural and sporting driver. Opportunities such as the Tour de France and Euro 2028 coming to Wales show how events can provide immediate economic benefits, but also long-term legacy. This is our opportunity to inspire a new generation and establish legacy plans so that the impact of these events is felt far beyond the event. Alongside our priorities for culture, sport and heritage, we also want a stronger media environment that reflects a confident and prosperous Wales. My priorities for broadcasting and media are clear. Wales deserves a confident, diverse and sustainable media landscape, rooted in public value and national ambition. To achieve this, Wales must have a voice in the decisions that affect us. That is why we are determined to continue to make the case for the devolution of powers over broadcasting. Work has already begun on the establishment of a shadow broadcasting and communications authority for Wales, and this is a vital first step in building the organisational capacity that Wales needs to drive a stronger and more accountable media landscape. I'm also developing plans to support public interest journalism and safeguard the provision of high quality news so that Wales is well placed to meet the opportunities and challenges of a rapidly changing media landscape in the future. The Welsh language is an integral part of my priorities, particularly in terms of increasing the social use of the language through participation in culture and sport. And this year we are celebrating 850 years of the National Eisteddfod, a milestone, an important milestone in our history as a nation. A contribution of £250,000 from the government will support a programme of activities to inspire people to use the language and raise the international profile of the National Eisteddfod. Our financial support will also ensure that local low-income families have free access to the festival. It is vital that everybody has an opportunity to enjoy our culture, language and our National Eisteddfod. Llywydd, these priorities mark the beginning of a journey and the beginning of a new chapter for culture and sport here in Wales. At the heart of everything that we will do over the coming years will be realising the vision that I have shared with the Senedd today to ensure that everybody in Wales can experience, participate and benefit from our culture and sport. And this is because this government believes in the power of culture and sport to transform lives, to contribute to the vision of moving forwards towards a preventative health agenda, to put our health service on a more sustainable footing, and because we are determined to build a Wales where creativity thrives. Thank you.
Diolch, Gweinidog. Louise Emery.
Thank you for your statement, Minister. And I note at the start that you say that the financial situation is challenging. but I must remind you that you were part of the budgetary process for the last few years, so this must come as no surprise as you signed off the cuts with Welsh Labour. I also notice your objective of seeing increased spending instead of the pre-election pledge to increase spending on culture, arts and sports year on year over the first term in office as a percentage of the entire Welsh budget. So that's gone from just an objective, from a percentage to just an objective. So I'd like my first question to be, now you're in government, what is that percentage of the budget to spend on culture, arts and sport? I do agree with your sentiment to develop Wales as a cultural and sporting powerhouse, and that work is already underway. That's great. And I appreciate your engaging stakeholders in the first 100 days. Note that ends 20th of August. It literally is around the summer corner. But when will the Senedd receive and be able to scrutinise the consultation results? That's my second question. And my third question, can I have a written list of stakeholders that you are working with? Now, I'm glad to hear that sport is to be made accessible to all, especially when it comes to geography. We have great facilities in North Wales. Arias Park in my ward of Clwyd is a fine example. But when teams and individuals do well enough to get to national competitions or national teams, they always have to head down south. A long 4-hour drive with extra costs for fuel and accommodation, a burden on those parents that put so much into their children's sporting lives. From personal experience, I know that no amount of chewy sweets can revive an under-12 hockey team having spent 5 hours in the car the night before playing against a fresh South Walian team who've had a good night's sleep in their own beds. I won't share the result. So alternate locations, north and south, for competitions and training is only fair, so North Walian future sporting stars are not disadvantaged. Now, Llywyd, I was quite enjoying the Minister's statement until I came to the 4th page, where I read that work has already begun on the establishment of a shadow broadcasting and communications authority for Wales. I'd like to put my response to this into 2 words: completely unnecessary. This is more constitutional navel-gazing, more quangos, more slow state building towards independence and more cost. And then I read, I'm also that you're developing plans to support public interest journalism and safeguard the provision of high-quality news. Now, on this side of the chamber, we feel we already have a state-funded news outlet with blatant political bias, and we don't need any more. I would suggest that state-funded journalism in Wales will mean state-funded interference. Yeah. And I would also suggest that high-quality news is a highly subjective phrase. Who is going to decide what is high-quality journalism and therefore needs state help? How can we ensure there's no foreign interference, for example? Sorry. I'll just wait till you quieten down. How can we ensure there is no foreign interference when allocating books council funding to news outlets? I am very nervous about government funding the media at any level, as this will affect impartiality, and reform will not be supportive of this. But moving on from that, I am really glad to hear that the Welsh language is an integral part of your priorities. The Welsh language is also an integral part of my priorities. Dwi'n wedi dysgu Cymraeg
I've been learning Welsh for 2 years now, and I've enjoyed learning the language, but it is difficult. And I do need support, but I will practice my skills with you and at the Eisteddfod this year.
Learner champion for my previous county council, I'm happy to discuss how you get people like me speaking Welsh. But be aware, the evidence is clear. Coercion drives resentment, not fluency. Yeah. If the Welsh Government is serious about 1 million Welsh speakers, it needs to invest in the conditions that make people choose the language, not mandate it on those who don't speak it. Yeah. Welsh culture, the arts and sport should lift people up and bring communities together. That we agree on, but they can do that in whatever language they choose. I look forward to working with you, Minister, on all of your objectives. This is what Reform Wales believes about art and culture and sport. It can be a very positive thing. So let's work together. Diolch yn fawr.
Diolch i'r aelod.
I thank the member for that response. It was very good to hear the Welsh language used there, and I look forward to seeing you at the Natalie Steddfod. I am asking members to reimagine what the arts and sports look like with a government that appreciates their value and is willing to have data and a proper strategy in place. There has been no strategy in this area. Expenditure has been done without data. That's what I've inherited. In opposition, I thought that they were hiding this data from me, but it doesn't actually exist. So in terms of what we need to do, I'm being entirely honest with you now that I want a robust evidence base and data in order to drive the change that we need. In opposition, I grew tired as a member of a committee of saying the same reports published year on year saying that it's important that we move to a preventative agenda, but nothing was changing. Nothing at all was changing. When I led a debate on the importance of culture in this chamber, the First Minister with responsibility for government was shouting at me, or rather the Minister with responsibility for culture was shouting, well, what about the NHS, rather than seeing the value of this as medical treatment as well as being part of the preventative agenda. So this is a significant change. I understand the points that you made on the challenging financial situation, but it's important that we acknowledge and recognise that. And we weren't involved in those cuts. You will have seen consistently that cross-party work was done, making the case for investment in culture and sport. And I would encourage every new member here to look at the work of the Culture and Sport Committee carried out during the 6th Senedd, which demonstrated why we must stop making cuts in these areas if we want real change. And that commitment is unambiguous. And what I've outlined today is a cross-party vision, not in silos, but cross-party. I have had really positive conversations with the Deputy Minister for Public and Preventative Health as to how we enable our officials to collaborate. So in terms of percentages, what you will have in the strategy will be a different way of working, one that will be accountable to this Senedd, but it is a new approach. So I do hope that you will come with us on this journey, that you will also see the value of the work, and that we at last see culture and sport giving due attention in this Senedd from government too.
Hedges.
I didn't expect to stop there. Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Minister, I congratulate you on your appointment to this post and hope we can work constructively together. I want to raise today culture, music and the economy. Whilst culture is good and should be supported for that reason, we know it has a wider benefit to the economy and to health, and you mentioned health earlier. I declare an interest as President, Vice President, patron of a number of Swansea-based choirs. Please don't ask me to name them. How will the Cabinet Minister ensure that Creative Wales has the resources it needs to build on its success since being created by Welsh Labour in 2020 and enable collaboration across culture and the creative industry in relation to a new culture strategy? Will the Cabinet Minister commit to continuing the work of the Arts, Creative and Media Sector Workforce Social Partnership Forum that was established under the last Welsh Labour Government to support fair work and sustainable careers across the sectors? What are the Welsh Government's plans for a new culture strategy and consult stakeholders, including unions and those employed in the sector, in relation to the creative professionals who deliver activity across the sector? Industries such as computer games have no geographical constraints. The computer games industry has a bigger turnover than film or music. There is no geographical constraint, but a benefit of clustering. As I have said several occasions in the chamber previously, one of the world's most popular games, Grand Theft Auto, was created in Dundee. Dundee has a video game centre at Abertay University. There are many gaming companies based in the city. How did it become such a hub for the industry? Dundee's links to the gaming industry began with Lemmings, the hugely popular computer game released in 1991 for the Commodore Amiga, and was written by Dave Jones, a graduate at Abertay University, who then developed Grand Theft Auto. What it had was government commitment and, more importantly, government funding. In the first decade of the 21st century, the government invested £2.5 million in Abertay University. There is now a symbiotic relationship between university and the city's games developers. Investment in universities is much better for our economy than bribing companies for bring branch factories here with the promise of hundreds or thousands of jobs which are rarely fulfilled. Think LG. Moving to music tourism, the data speaks for itself. In 2024, music tourism in Wales attracted 834,000 visitors, supported 3,650 jobs, and generated 384 million for the economy. With the right support, this impact can grow even further. Does the Minister agree we must grow Welsh music through smart public investment, bring down barriers to exporting Welsh music, ensure music education is accessible to all, and support homegrown creativity and new music that drives the Welsh tourism? Adopting these initiatives will ensure that the music sector is equipped to thrive, innovate and seize new opportunities, strengthening Wales' cultural and economic impact for generations to come. Finally, still on the music theme, music industry and support the base protects everything that grows from it, secure the long-term sustainable cultural infrastructure. And what are your proposals on business rate reform, creating a dedicated cultural classification and music venue definition, ensuring fair valuation and reduced avoidable closures? We also need to ensure that any rates reduction is not taken by landlords as increased rents. Agent of change, a law that embeds the principles in legislation so developers must manage noise and access around existing venues, reducing conflict and protecting long-standing cultural spaces. And I'm sure a lot of people here can give examples of there used to be a music place which people used to go to, then houses and flats were built around it, and all of a sudden the people who moved into the houses and flats wanted the music place closed down because it was noisy. In fact, they hadn't noticed it was there in the first place. It's a bit of a surprise. Save affordable late-night transport. Invest in late-night services so audience, artists and staff can travel safely. Far too often events finish after the last bus leaves. A small timetable change can have a major effect. And a small timetable change in Swansea with the train actually meant that people could go to the arena and be able to stay till the very end. Grassroots Live Music Fund established a Creative Wales Fund dedicated to live music programming and talent development with simple application and fast decisions. When Ed Sheeran sang in Singleton Park, he reminded people it was the second time he had been in Swansea. He had played early in his career at a small city centre venue called Sin City. Community ownership pathway, develop a Welsh model for community and cooperative ownership to protect venues on short leases and keep cultural assets in local hands. I will return to other areas of the portfolio in the future, but I think though I want to talk about music and creative industries in this my first opportunity.
Well,
Could I thank the member for that contribution, and I welcome him to his scrutiny role as well. I'm pleased that you do recognise in that contribution the weakness of the last set of priorities in culture and that the creative industries weren't part of it. And that's exactly what we want to rectify with this. The fact that the creative industries are seen as a separate thing has been a great weakness, and that's why we need to relook at a new strategy now, and the review of Creative Wales in terms of ensuring that we do see how that works in the most effective way is also very important, because there are very genuinely good things that have emerged from Creative Wales, but there are also ways in which we can ensure that those benefits continue and that we continue to be competitive, because that's a problem as places such as Manchester can compete more with Wales and attract productions and so forth. So we do need that review. And I also think, and reflecting on your point around Grand Theft Auto, those are not words I expected to say during my first response as a minister, but that's where we are. You mentioned the investment made by government to enable that partnership with universities. Well, that's exactly what we want to do with this strategy, namely to enable growth in these sectors, to ensure that there are jobs here in Wales and the benefits that they bring, because regardless of where you work in those industries, the benefit is you can be in a rural area, you can be in the valleys, you can be in an urban area. That's a genuine cultural strategy. When we ensure that partnership, and the role of universities in terms of ensuring that we do see that happening is vital. but we can see this as a way of attracting young people back to Wales and keeping them here in great jobs. So I'm very pleased to see the support for that. The member will be aware of the situation regarding music here in Wales. There was a report out last year that showed that traditional music particularly was in danger of disappearing entirely, and we know that organisations that we've all enjoyed over the years are fragile or have disappeared. There is a great concern that so many people don't have opportunities to learn an instrument, and that we see a lack of bands emerging because of a lack of opportunity, and that we see it difficult for creative people to maintain a living here in Wales. Either they have to leave Wales or they have to change direction entirely. And so I certainly see this strategy aligning with the skills strategy, because if we look at what's happening in schools at the moment, with fewer children and young people taking GCSEs in art and music, where's that going to leave us in the future? And universities are cutting courses in these areas, and they see them as things that are not worth investing in. But they are, of course. And so hopefully we will then, by looking at this, the whole range of issues, that will be a future for creative people here in Wales, and a future for these sectors that are seen as economically beneficial.
Davis.
Thank you, Dr Llywydd. May I thank the Cabinet Minister for her statement this afternoon. Today's statement does outline a number of steps that the Welsh Government intends to take to support cultural sectors, the arts and sport in Wales. I welcome the renewed commitment from the Cabinet Minister to develop a Welsh culture strategy, and I look forward to seeing how that strategy responds to the long-term structural challenges facing the sector, such as operating costs, inequalities in terms of access, and the need to secure sustainable growth for the future. The Cabinet Minister has confirmed that a consultation on this strategy will happen. Now, previous governments have been accused of talking to the same institutions and the same people time and again. How will you ensure that this consultation is meaningful and captures a broader range of views? Now, only if she has sufficient resources can a strategy be effective. So I do hope that the Cabinet Minister will confirm that the Welsh Government's intention is still to provide annual funding for the sector. And although I realise that it's early days still, I would be grateful for a signal as to how much additional funding she intends to provide to the sector at the beginning of this Senedd, given that Wales had the second lowest per capita expenditure on cultural services in Europe and the third lowest on leisure and sport. Today's statement does recognise that cultural institutions rely on innovative places that are continuously adapting, and the truth is that we need real support for many of those venues and facilities. The Cabinet Minister has commissioned a review of opportunities for investment in these sectors, and I'd be grateful if we could have more information about that review. For example, with whom is the Welsh Government engaging, and who is part of this review process, as well as when it will come to an end. And perhaps you could also tell us what partnerships and external sources she is considering in terms of producing investment in this sector. Now, in my view, culture is lived through participation, and the Welsh Government is right to highlight the importance of sport for our health and well-being, and I'm pleased the Welsh Government is commissioning an investigation into community and regional sports facilities. Unfortunately, too many children and young people still face barriers to participation because of cost, the availability of facilities or geography. So will the Cabinet Minister set out how the Welsh Government will remove barriers to participation, ensuring that more children and young people can access sporting opportunities throughout Wales?
That culture in Wales exists within both a national and a shared British context, and we are proud of our shared Welsh and British identity. Our creative output reflects distinct Welsh traditions, but also contributes to a broader UK cultural landscape. And at a time when collaboration and funding streams often cross borders, the relationship with the UK Government remains crucial. Therefore, can the Cabinet Minister outline how the Welsh Government is working constructively with the UK Government to support the arts in celebrating both our Welsh and British heritage, and also tell us how the Welsh Government is securing its fair share of UK-wide cultural funding and opportunities for our creative industries. Now, today's statement refers to the Welsh Broadcasting and Media and the work that has already begun on the establishment of a shadow broadcasting and communications authority for Wales. Now, the Cabinet Minister will be aware that my party does not support the devolution of broadcasting powers, and so given the challenges that the Cabinet Minister has already highlighted in her statement today, surely this is not the best possible use of resources, especially given that these powers are not devolved. Therefore, the Cabinet Minister needs to tell us how much this new authority will cost the taxpayer, where that funding will come from, and how will it operate. Llywydd, in my view, the culture sector thrives when organisations have the freedom to innovate and there is a balance to be struck between leadership and overreach. And so I hope that the upcoming Welsh culture strategy and any new bodies established by this government do not come at the expense of their independence. And so can the Cabinet Minister explain how the Welsh Government will ensure it empowers rather than overpowers the culture sector by explaining how it will protect the sector's autonomy while still delivering on national priorities? Llywydd, if Wales is to be a truly vibrant cultural nation, then the Welsh Government must not only invest in it, but give it the space to flourish. I believe that empowering cultural organisations, not overpowering them, should be the platform from which this government works. And I look forward to constructively engaging with the Cabinet Minister in this area going forward. Diolch.
Could I thank the member for those very important comments? And I will give this commitment to the Senedd now. I respect the arm's length principle. That hasn't always happened, and we have to be clear about that in terms of governments of the past. The arm's length principle is important, and one of the things that I'm looking at is the terms of reference letter and how important it is between the government and these bodies and returning to their original purpose. So that's a commitment, because to me this needs to be a national conversation. You will all, as members, be aware of the cuts that have taken place in these areas in respect of things that people genuinely appreciate in our communities, things that people gain genuine benefit from. And I think that the great weakness of the strategy that we saw from the previous government, if you can call it a strategy, because it was a number of sentences that noted some points about culture rather than a strategy. And the weakness was that engagement was carried out with some people, but not with everyone, not with service users. And importantly, those who don't have a chance to participate now. So rather than pursuing comments from the same organisations, I think it's important that we look at the evidence that emerged. And the work of the new strategy will be to look at those gaps. And I think that the government doesn't have a sports strategy, and I would ask members to look at what the strategy was from the Welsh Labour government was climbing higher, and that was a 20-year strategy. I'm trying to work out at what point that work stopped. Why are we in a situation where those measures or points were not reached? And that's something I've asked the officials to explain to me. With the same party in power for 27 years, why were all the targets missed in that long-term strategy? And what lessons can we learn to ensure that what we do is measurable and also ambitious, and that we can also deliver, and that work is done in vain or forgotten? In terms of resources and funding, the fact that we're looking on a cross-portfolio basis, if you look at the report made by the Arts Council, by Bangor University and also by Edge Hill University, I'm very happy to share a copy of this, but it does show the savings that investment in the arts can make in terms of the health service. There is a potential to save 3.5 million a year in terms of staff sickness and departing staff. It's not just about patients, but also staff. And in doing this properly, we can save money for the NHS and ensure that there is investment available. So I do understand that this does change the focus, but I hope that you do see that we are entirely committed to changing this for the benefit of everyone in Wales. In terms of working with the UK Government, evidently there is a positive partnership in terms of Euro 2028, and I'm looking forward to taking that word forward. And there are other opportunities with major events. I haven't yet met the relevant ministers, but we do want a constructive relationship where we can collaborate, and certainly you will get this commitment from me. If there is money available for Wales, I will ensure that we will try and get it here to Wales.
Liz McLean.
Yes, thank you very much for your statement. And I have to say, before coming to this plenary meeting today, somebody had written something very nice for me to say, but having heard such an inspiring statement, it has changed what I was going to say, because I do feel, as someone who has worked in the area of arts and culture and the Welsh language, that's the best thing I've heard emanating from this room for 27 years, and I'm behind it 100%. We have to inspire ambition, don't we? And we don't have that without the involvement of the major organisations in Wales. But how do we empower people in communities to have that ambition? That's what's important. So I have thought about a question. What actions will be taken to ensure the viability of our organisations at grassroots level so that they can be in a position to inspire ambition? Could I also make one further point? No, I won't.
I thank the member, and I'm very happy to have further conversations outside of this chamber in order to hear her ideas. Certainly, that's why looking at the situation on the ground is important, not just within our national institutions, but the situation on the ground is so important. It's been surprising for me that we haven't had an understanding of that in the previous government. They didn't know what the needs were and where the vulnerabilities were in order to ensure that every pound spent is spent as effectively as possible. Now, I can't tell members that all the money will be available to do everything that we want during this term. I can't give that commitment, but we need to know what the needs are, and we need a plan in place, because what people have told me is that this is also how we can attract sponsorship for many of these projects, to link up with the diaspora, for example, because the government's commitment will be entirely clear, and we will do our level best to get as much of that necessary investment in place to attract investment. So that's my commitment to you. We have to understand what the situation is in order to get a proper plan in place. And that's going to take time, but it's not going to take 4 years. And I'm asking officials to do this work thoroughly. And I also want that data to remain consistent, so it's a live dashboard for we truly understand what's at risk, so that we can ensure a future for these. But too many of our organisations are vulnerable, and that lack of strategy is a disgrace, I think. And I am not happy that I am inheriting that situation. James Evans.
Thank you, Cabinet Minister, for your statement today.
I found the day that me and you would agree on quite a lot of in your statement. I do agree with the need for investment into sport, because we do know that is key part of the prevention agenda. But warm words in a statement are cheap if they don't actually mean how much money is going to come through. So I'm actually interested, Gwynidog, how much proportion of the NHS budget have you and the Minister for Finance and the Minister for Health and Care identified to move into the sports budget? Because we've heard a lot today about money being moved, but I think a lot of the sports organisations listening to today's proceedings would like to know exactly what proportion that's going to be. If you look at Scotland, for example, which is something I've heard you and the Minister for Care reference during hustings to match that, that's 80 million worth of investment that Scotland put into sport. Is that your ambition to match that? And when can the sports sector in Wales see that inward investment into their sector here in Cymru?
Thank you, James, and certainly there's common ground here, and I'm keen to work with every member who has an interest here, because you will have seen that when I mentioned this initially, there was criticism and I think a lack of understanding from people about the importance of sports, not just in terms of prevention, but as treatment, as effective medical treatment, and that's for both physical and mental health. In terms of the exact figures and how we will do this, this is a completely new way of working for government, and what I can give you the assurance is that there is an acknowledgement across government of the importance of this, that we are ensuring those discussions are now taking place within those first 100 days, and we will update the Senedd as we can, because the key thing here is making sure that we are having better outcomes for people, putting people at the centre of this. And actually, I would hope that we can make the case together that sport is not just a nice to have, that actually it does transform lives, it saves lives, and an investment in the grassroots is something, if we can get that acknowledgement as treatment, that's not there currently. And that's the shift I'm asking all of you to support me with, so that we can make that case and see how we achieve it.
Matthew Jones.
I don't think I'm supposed to be talking on this.
Okay. I'm happy if you don't want to. Steddwch chi lawr. Steddwch chi lawr.
No, sit down.
Matthew, if you want to pass up the opportunity, your name was down, but no, that's fine, don't worry. Stephen Rodaway.
Thank you, Llywydd. Minister, congratulations and thank you for your statement. I'd like to declare an interest. I've spent many years staging major events, major international events, so this is something very close to my heart. While noting the audits, the consultations and the challenging environment that we find in Wales, the importance of culture to Wales has been emphasised, along with Plaid Cymru's commitment to increase spending on culture, arts and sport. Equally, the public may wish to understand what measurable outcomes were achieved during the last Senedd when Plaid Cymru was a party to the cooperation agreements. And due to this, I was surprised at the stated inheritance of a lack of data and lack of understanding. What performance measures will be used during this Senedd to determine whether increased spending is translated into greater participation, stronger engagement and better value for money? We have a simple ask. Our simple ask is, how do we measure success? Thank you.
Well, thank you for those points. And the answer I would give is that's exactly the work we are doing, so that you have transparency, that I'm held to account, but also hopefully we see progress in these areas. Let me be clear, we have not held this portfolio for 15 years. Alan Fred Jones was there. We saw investments which will lead to St Fagans becoming Art Fund Museum of the Year, and a number of important initiatives which supported local museums and local libraries and archives. So let's be very clear here. We share the frustrations that many members will have about the lack of progress and the cuts that were made. I think it's very clear here the work is starting. I've been honest with you about the data that I have inherited, because I want to be held to account so that we can track this. So that's the work currently being done, and I will update the Senedd accordingly so that you can see the measures that are being put in place and how we will progress this work.
Ac yn ola, Gwenidog Cabinet.
And finally, Cabinet Minister Beca Brown.
Thank you very much. As was mentioned in the statement, we are fortunate in Wales over the next few years to be hosting major sporting events such as the UEFA European Under-19 Championship in North Wales this summer, the Tour de France next year, and Euro 2028. This gives us an opportunity to increase participation among children and young people across the country. Maximising these forthcoming opportunities could have a major impact on our communities by supporting grassroots sports clubs and helping with the government's preventative health agenda. How will the government press ahead with ensuring an increase in participation on the back of these major events and ensure all of the benefits that can stem from that for our communities? Thank you.
Well, I thank the member for that important question, members who are here in the 6th Senedd will be aware that this was an issue that I was very interested in, and I questioned the last government on it because it was frustrating for me. There was a focus on attracting major sporting events, but no thought was given to why and to what purpose, and that would be the question that I will always ask myself before we put our names forward in order to allow this to happen. That's to ask why. It's not just to say, well, we've had the Tour de France here in Wales. That means nothing unless there is a real legacy and that is part of the planning from the outset. I have an opportunity now to put Plaid Cymru's stamp on Euro 2028, and that work is progressing in terms of the Tour de France. My first challenge for officials was to ask, well, what's the legacy for the people of Wales? How many people will cycle? Because I just don't want us to attract visitors to come to Wales to cycle. I want to know what the change is within our own communities, because representing the valleys, I know how challenging not having cycle paths is, and given all the hills we have and so on. So if you don't have an electric bike, then you don't have much hope, and that's according to someone who lives on the top of a hill in the valleys. But we have to ask that question, why? And that's my commitment in terms of major sporting events. They are for a purpose. There has to be a legacy attached to them, or I can't stand here justifying spending tens of millions of pounds sometimes on something that happens in the blink of an eye and leaves nothing behind.
Thank you, Cabinet Minister. Thank you, everybody. There is no voting time today, and therefore that brings today's proceedings to a close. Thank you very much.